So it is. Okay, so it is now 5:30. We didn't want to start a minute early, so here we are. And so are we ready to go? Are we live on YouTube and everything? We're all good. Okay. So welcome. It's always great to see people attend our city council meetings. For whatever reason you're here, thank you for coming, and we appreciate you being here. So we do have a tradition here, and that is we open in prayer and the pledge. And Pastor Chris Evanson with the Seventh-day Adventist Church is here to open us in prayer. Thank you. Let's stand.
And the freedoms that we experience. We thank you for the state of Idaho that we have the privilege of being part of, and the city of Nampa. Lord, thank you for this city. And no city is perfect, Lord, but we appreciate what you've given us here in Nampa. We thank you for the mayor and the council members. We thank you for the opportunity to practice our rights this evening as citizens. We pray, Lord, that your spirit will be here, that you will give our council members wisdom as they make decisions that affect the lives of our citizens. Lord, may you give them wisdom to make decisions that will benefit this community and each one in it. We thank you, Lord, that you've promised to be with us and to give us that wisdom when we ask, and we claim that promise tonight. Thank you, Lord, for each one who is here. Bless each one as they speak, as they listen, as they participate. And Lord, may the outcome of this evening's meeting be for the blessing of this community. We love you and thank you. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Chris, thank you so much. Thank you for all you do in the community.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for taking time to be here.
Absolutely.
Take care. Let's go with roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Ingula.
Here.
Hills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
So this is the time on the agenda that we look at any proposed amendments to the agenda. And before I ask from council, I would like to just make a couple of comments. First of all, item 9.1, which was a public hearing. If anyone is here for unfinished business 9.1, there will be no public hearing around that tonight because I actually closed the public hearing at the last council meeting when it was continued, and we did not reopen it. So we cannot reopen the public hearing. So this is the development agreement modification for the Haltom Heritage Subdivision. So there will not be a public hearing on that particular item tonight, but it is under unfinished business this evening. The other item is public hearing 8.3 on the agenda. We actually found that there was an error in that agenda item. I so appreciated hearing from Hubert on a concern he had, and with further looking, Patrick Sullivan did find an error. We are not going to hear that public hearing tonight. We're going to make the corrections, and that will be continued to February 20th. When we get to the public hearing agenda, we will actually open that. I'll ask for a motion to continue to date certain of February 20th. And I'll just say February 20th is a Tuesday. That's because Monday is a federal holiday, so we'll be having our council meeting on Tuesday, February 20th. So those are the ones I know of. I am aware that there is a request to move a couple of items possibly from the consent to the new business agenda. And so I would ask for those comments. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Yes, for the sake of discussion, I'd like to move items 15B and 19A from consent to allow discussion.
Okay, so we will move 15B and 19A from the consent agenda to the, it will actually be before new business into section, if I can find it on there, it's where we talk about the things that are moved. So is there anything else in number 2 on the agenda?
Mayor,
Yes.
could we pull item 1.9C as well, please, for discussion?
Yeah, there's an error in the letter.
Okay. So 1.9C in addition to 1.9A.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so are there any other amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to adopt the agenda as stated with the amendments as we have identified.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, the next item is our consent agenda, and I would stand for a motion regarding the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, that is a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended based on the former action. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So with that, we are ready for number 2 on the agenda, and these are the items that were just moved from the consent agenda. And let's start with 15B. This is, 15B is an action item. This is to authorize planning and zoning to proceed with the formal request for proposals process for the Downtown Nampa implementation plan. So it is stated that the standard RFP process was approved by legal and that it's approved in the FY24 budget. And so I will defer to Councilman Haverfield.
Mayor?
Yes.
Who is here this evening that can speak on that item?
Rodney, thank you.
Hi, Rodney.
Hi.
The questions that I have, I've got 3. The funding source. Can you remind council where the funding is coming for this effort?
Yep. This is a part of our enterprise funds, and it was just budgeted as planning dollars. We try to outline every year the kind of projects that we're going to be addressing over the next year or two. We outlined a bunch of those, I don't know, it's been over a year ago. And one of those was the downtown implementation plan. It was kind of in its infancy at that time, and so it's just part of our budget, part of the enterprise funds to cover this planning effort.
So you have the money in hand at this point?
The $95,000.
Okay, so it did say that the final estimated cost has yet to be determined. So is it a $95,000 not to exceed?
So we only have $95,000 in the budget. This is not a bid. It is a request for proposal, so we'll see what they come up with in response to our scope of work. We've gone the rounds with the scope of work and had multiple levels of approval for that scope of work. And once we get those back, then we'll negotiate with them. We're required by state law that we can't base it off of only the money that, or the bid. So they're not going to necessarily give us the amount right up front. But once we select the consultant to do the work, then we'll negotiate with them. And either we'll have to remove the scope, or we'll portions of the scope, or we'll have to add budget somehow.
So the staff recommendation does not include the value? It's just...
That's correct.
It's
Yeah,
just the
that'll come back
ability
to you.
to interview, well, several, and make a selection.
Exactly.
And then at the end of that, will you be coming back to council, or?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So whether it's a not to exceed at that point, you'll let us know what the
Yep.
value is?
Exactly.
Okay. Mayor, if I can
And-
continue.
Yes, Councilman Haverfield, just on that particular point, Rodney and I have had a discussion around this, and I did ask if we would not exceed the budget, because it just seems like so many times those prices go up and up. And so we have already had that discussion, and we'll watch the process, and we're going to be very careful.
Good. Well,
Thank
that's
you.
why I asked the question. Second
Thank you.
question, then, the evaluation committee that's mentioned in the packet, has that committee been formed yet?
It has not, no.
Okay. So when do you plan on forming a committee? I know that you've got a pretty quick turnaround as far as to put this out in an RFP. What
Yeah.
is your timeline for that process?
We will get going on it tomorrow if this is approved
Okay.
this evening.
So it's based upon this approval tonight? Okay, and then how will the RFP be advertised? Is it just local, or is it more
We're going to have
regional?
to go out to a broader group of people. This is a specific type of skill for the downtown, and we have a couple that we've already notified in the valley that we're looking at this. So they will likely bid on the project, and submit their proposals on the project. But we're going to try to go out to as many as we can that we know do this specific type of work for
Okay,
downtown.
good. Because it should be more regional, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
So with that, if there are no other questions,
Not on that.
I would, you do have okay, so we have two more questions. So Councilman Rodriguez, then Councilman Bills.
Thank you. Rodney, since this is downtown, I'm wondering why the Nampa Development Corporation didn't fit some of the cost. Or are they going to, I guess?
So we haven't asked that of them under the direction of the mayor. I did just keep it to the 95,000. We haven't gone to the NDC. If we find that after they make their proposals, and we're unwilling to decrease that scope of work to meet that $95,000, if that's necessary, then we're going to have to go somewhere, or we're going to have to cut the scope. So
I see.
that'll be, at that point, we'll have to have that conversation and come up with a solution.
All right, thank you.
And it's a good question. I think at that time, that is the time to ask. If NDC would so choose and say we're going to reduce the scope or do whatever, we'll figure it out. That could be a discussion to be had, but, or not. I just am wanting us to, we just are trying, the thing that we talked about it again today, is stewardship and fiscal stewardship. Yet stewardship is investing in the right thing at the right time for the right reason. And so those are the discussions that come forward. And so we'll see where it goes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Bills.
Mayor, I'm just trying to understand, kind of somewhat similar on the NDC not involved, was how does this relate to the workshop held 3 weeks ago?
It's a good question, and I think it definitely relates.
It does.
Go ahead.
Yeah, great question. So we are going to take those, I've already been meeting with Cliff Long, who led that effort. We are going to take the projects that were developed off of that, and we're going to incorporate them into this plan. This plan is an implementation plan. So how do we get those projects done? What's the organization of the downtown structure to make that happen? So that's how that'll be implemented. We are also going to look at additional projects just beyond those, because those were specific to the NDC and the projects that they would like to look at. So there may be other projects that the city would like to look at. So that'll be vetted out through the process.
Okay.
So this really is a continuation. The one thing that we're doing right now is that we're meeting internally, and this is so that the left hand and the right hand are working together, and it's really, really important. And I think that's what you're after in your question, is that the city and NDC are working together. We recently actually had a parking proposal come forward, and we're like, how does that even tie into where we are? Or the First Street closure project, how does that fit into where we are? All of these projects need to be synced together, and we need to figure out what our highest priorities are, how we're going to fund them, and then this is an implementation plan to how do we actually get it done. And so on an annual basis, almost, Planning and Zoning does budget for specific area plans that they're working on, and we've done some amazing, good, important plans. This time, they decided to go ahead and focus on downtown so that we could get it done. So that's kind of where we are. And there is a high expectation. No pressure or anything.
We're feeling that pressure.
I bet you are. Yeah. Are there any other questions? Okay, so what is the will of the council on this item?
Mayor, I'll make the motion to go ahead and approve it. Since it's would have been on the consent agenda as an approval, I assume that we just go ahead and approve it as it's presented in the packet. Is that correct? Okay, I'll make that motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes?
Reynolds.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Motion carries.
The next item is 19A. This is under miscellaneous items. This is an action item. And this is to approve the significant noncompliance designation of the Industrial Wastewater Discharge Authorization Permit 2020-03 for Admiral Beverage Company and to proceed with public notification of significant noncompliance. Jeff, thank you. You're there. Okay, Councilman Haverfield.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, could you explain for the council what it means for a non-compliance designation and why it's needed? There's been chronic, obviously, issues that have been made known. Is this for monetary penalties? Is it for a termination potential? And then if you could explain to council, at least from my standpoint, understanding of the pretreatment process that the city provides. Normally, in my experience, it's the entity on the site that's providing pretreatment before it gets into the sewer system, but this states that the city is providing pretreatment. So that's a foreign topic to me. So if you can help me with those items, and then I guess afterwards, the need to proceed with a public notice of significance noncompliance, why that is.
So Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, this action tonight is not about monetary penalties. This is about permit requirements. When we have someone that has violated the permit in this nature, our permit with EPA and DEQ requires that we publish notice of significant noncompliance. When they go over their limits, we charge them for that at the time that it happens. They pay for the loadings that they send us, and so they have already paid the financial portion of that. And this is really just to take care of the permit requirements that we have, that we need to publish the notice of significant.
So the pretreatment question, it's after the fact. They've already put into an effluent into the system that we're now saying, okay, we're going to take that on, but you're going to pay us because there's additional cost for remediation or whatever it would be called.
And when we talk about us providing pretreatment services, we have our pretreatment workers, and they do the monitoring and that type of stuff. The actual pretreatment of the waste before it's discharged to the city, that is done by the industry.
So the notice to them, what's the purpose of the notice then? Is it just to put them a warning that we've noticed this, it's been a chronic issue, it needs to be addressed and taken care of? I mean, is this a legal issue? That was my question.
So it is a requirement of our permit for the wastewater plant that we notice this publicly when it meets the threshold of significant noncompliance.
So is this every 4 years? Because that's the last time that they were made aware of it.
It's
Whenever.
not, it doesn't happen very often. We work with the industries throughout, and as they are having those issues month by month, we work with them to bring them into compliance to try to avoid this. But we in a situation where we're required to provide that notice.
Thank you, Mayor. That was my question.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councilman
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Rodriguez.
So Daniel, since they've been in violation, has the city absorbed all those costs that we're fronting to them to take care of what for their passage of the sewer?
So we are not fronting them any monetary costs. They are paying for the loadings that they send us.
I see.
So they are paying they've discharged more than their permit allows, but they are still paying for that, for everything they send us.
Okay, thank you.
Again, this is really nothing more than our permit requires us to notice if there is a significant noncompliance. We've actually already dealt with all of it. It's just that the permit, and so this is part of the permit requirements, is that it comes and they ask for permission. So, any other questions? Okay, so I would stand for a motion.
Mayor, based upon the explanation given, I'll make a motion to approve this request as presented in our packet.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes?
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next item is item 19C, and this is an action item, and it's to authorize the mayor to sign the record of survey for 123152 ROS 300 Railroad. This is the Fire Training Center, and as presented, and it's my understanding that we've got an error somewhere, and so who was it that brought Councilman Bills? Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. So what I'm seeing is the same letter from the fire district that's included in item B is the letter that was included for item C.
Okay.
And so that description is in error, it would seem.
The actual legal description or description of,
Reference both.
sorry.
So I think
Well, it's as
Item
to
Mayor.
who owns,
Shar, I think, has an answer. So
Sorry.
okay? So my question is, who owns that piece of ground that we're doing a record of survey on? The inference was that the fire district owns the fire station 2.
yes,
So then who owns the fire training center? City
the
of
city of
Nampa?
Nampa owns it.
That's not the inference of the letter. That's included in the packet.
Okay.
The
Madam
letter in
Mayor.
the packet would infer that the fire district owns.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bills, only one letter was provided to the clerk's office for both items, which was 19B and 19C. And within the letter, my understanding is that they did describe what the requested actions were. So it was just one letter. That's why I placed it in both agenda items.
So, and if I could answer, if hopefully this provides clarity. So at the time we handled the district and the transfer of properties, we have a long-term lease with fire on our fire training facility, and the city of Nampa owns that facility. But one of the things that the fire district actually is hoping in the future to put a building on there, which will have to be with the permission of the city when that comes forward. But what they found when they were looking is that there were like 4 different parcels out there, and they all intersected right at the point of that one building, which is the lease that the fire training facility has. So what the fire district did was they actually paid for a survey on that property that now has the city. It has all one parcel, with the exception of the fire training facility as a separate parcel, just for clarity purposes. The city still owns all of that property, and so this request is to do nothing more than sign the survey, and the city does own the property, but it's to get it cleaned up because it was just a mess. It had all these parcels that were all intersecting in a weird place right in the middle of the property. The Fire Station 2 property, at the time that we transferred the different assets, we accidentally transferred our Nampa Parks, the whole thing over. And so this is, again, correcting that. They are taking a little bit larger section because they're hoping to expand the facility. But what the next action will be to actually transfer that property back to the city of Nampa, because currently it's in the ownership of the fire district because we transferred the entire asset to them in error. So we need to, and the other thing, it just, those 2 parcels were not clean currently, and so this was kind of a cleanup process in the surveys. But the other action items will come forward at a later time.
Okay. My concern was the letter seemed to specifically address item B, Fire Station 2, and didn't necessarily address the training center site and why the record of survey was cleaned up. I think there's an ambiguity there.
And as far as who owns it, or the why?
It doesn't state who owns it. The
Okay,
issue of correcting the deed and the transfer on Station 2 is the main topic of that letter that's included in the packet. There's, from my recollection, I was trying to find it in this big packet this time. I don't think it refers to what you're trying to do at the fire training center.
As far as the survey cleanup, that the letter doesn't, or?
Yeah, I don't think it addresses it.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, you may.
Yes, it does. The second paragraph does give that description. It says that it's city-owned property, and it gives a description that the reason we're doing this is so that we can place another building on it.
So the letter refers to both record of surveys.
Yes.
Okay, then I'll go back and look again, but I missed, called out both records of survey. Okay.
Yeah, Shar has it pulled up here if you need to see it, but it's kind of hard to shift it over there. What page in the packet is that? You're in the HTML version. 315, page 315, so that might
Thank
be
you.
helpful. Thank you. Are there any other questions? And these are really good questions, Councilman Bills, are important questions. Todd, for just for clarity, my understanding, and I just want to make sure I'm not incorrect in this, is that the fire district has paid for these surveys to be done. It's a pretty straightforward process. We needed to clean up the land, right, and the survey piece. That in signing the survey, which is what we're asking to be authorized, it is not a conveyance of property at all, but it is agreeing and signing the survey. And so in signing both surveys, I think the fire district owns one, we own the other one. Is there anything we should be concerned about in this process?
So, Madam Mayor, is the property that's being surveyed, that's part of that record of survey, all city property? The fire district just paid for it, correct?
The fire station property out on Railroad is owned by the city. We just have a long-term lease with the fire district to have the fire training facility on our property. It just needed to be cleaned up.
So all the property that's subject of the survey is city property, right?
Yes.
And the cleanup of the lot lines, a record of survey, you're approving the record of survey. So you're basically saying you're agreeing with the record of survey and the way the survey draws up the boundaries. There usually is a process, and I just talked with Christy to recognize the lot lines that are being adjusted. So my suggestion, I guess, would be if you're okay with the record of survey, to get that to the planning and zoning staff and have them go through whatever process they need to do to recognize the lot line adjustments that are being adjusted. And maybe,
Okay.
I don't know, staff could talk a little bit more about how that works, but there is a process in addition to the record of survey to recognize that it's been cleaned up on record.
Okay, and I guess we, at our last meetings, and I don't think you were there at our legal prep meeting, somehow that did not come across. So thank you for that clarification. And with that, I think we need to do that on both properties. So we would postpone any action on this item until we've done that, unless you know differently, Ron.
Mayor, Councilman, if I'm correct, this is just the application to get you to sign, because it's city property, or at least on the training grounds, to sign so that then it can be submitted.
So
It's the
is this the
application.
affidavit of legal interest for the application?
I was understanding,
So there is a portion for the owner of the property to sign the survey as the owner. And so that, in order for them to submit the survey to us, that would typically, the survey would come in complete and ready and signed. And so the signature from the mayor would be there, signed, they would submit the application, and.
So typically how the submittal process goes is we get a draft of the record of survey for our review and for engineering's review. And then we submit a letter back that says, yes, we agree with how all of this is being done, and these are your next steps. And then when you have a final draft of the record of survey, get all the signatures, take it in to be recorded. At that time, you also need to record deeds that also need to be signed. So if you want to record everything all at one time and have the mayor sign everything all at one time, you can wait until we get through the draft review process to have that done. Okay. That makes sense?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Reynolds.
just for the record, or for clarification, 1001 Greenhurst is not city property at this time.
It is not, it is fire district property.
Right, so I'm confused as to why you need to sign that until after the lot line is adjusted, then it will go back to City of Nampa. So I don't think that needs to, that probably should have been called out before it,
A little differently.
yeah, a little different.
So a quick question for legal and for Christie. On item B, where it's the record of survey, in that we don't own that property. It will come back to the city, but we don't currently own it because it was transferred over to the fire district. Is there a pause then on us signing it to move it forward? Or do we sign when it comes, why do we even need to sign if they own the property at this time?
So is the adjustment of the boundary going to be coming on to city property and incorporating city property, or is it just within their own property?
Well, we accidentally transferred city property to the fire district. So technically, that asset is owned by the fire district. They're resurveying the property, and then it will be deeded back. The non-fire district property will be deeded back to the city.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is if it shares a boundary with city property, and you are changing the boundary for the fire district property and the city property, then there's two separate owners there, and they both need to sign.
Technically not.
Okay.
Yes, they are changing the boundary, but the fire district owns the city property that will be coming back to us. We don't own it any longer
So
because
then-
we transferred both the fire district property and the city property to the fire district. So technically, they own it.
So as the owners, they could sign it, and then they can quit claim deed, or they can do the new deeds that will then give the property to you.
What I'm thinking, though, is...
Mayor?
Yes.
Could I suggest potentially that we authorize, the council could authorize you to sign the record of survey at the railroad property upon approval through our lot split process, so that we could take care of that. It gets submitted to planning and zoning and engineering to review. Once that's reviewed, and we approve the lot split, at that point, it could go to you for signature, and take care of it in that manner if the council were willing.
To go ahead and authorize that tonight based on that recommendation. And actually, we've already approved item B in the consent agenda.
And I'm okay with that approach, Mayor.
You are. Okay, so that would be our motion tonight. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
I think Christie answered my question as far as a warranty deed has not been drafted yet, so the meets and bounds survey information that goes along with this graphic will need to be prepared at some point. But the question I have is, does this certificate need to be signed and sealed by the land group surveyor? Because it's not. So it's really not a legal document at this point without that.
It would, once again, I think my approach where we authorize the mayor to sign at such time as we have approved that record of survey, that would all be part of our review process in the lot split submittal, and then that would be addressed by staff, make sure that's there once we've approved the record of survey, and then the mayor could sign.
Okay. So does her signature go on the document before it's sealed or after it's sealed? Just an
I
approval
don't know
tonight?
that it really matters the order in which. They all need to be there prior to it being recorded.
Okay, again, as a legal instrument, I know that it needs to be signed and sealed.
Right.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Bills.
Back to the question of the second, 19C, if the city of Nampa owns this property, why is the fire district signing as an owner on the record of survey?
Well, that's a good question, because on C, they do not own that property, we do. So we would be,
We would
We
be
would be
reviewing that
signing
in the
it.
lot split process, and if there were a legal reason for them to need to sign it as a long-term lease, we can work with legal on that. If it's not, we can have that removed.
I just don't see why they would be why they're a
I don't
party to
disagree
the
with you.
signature of that survey. It seems like it should be changed and come back before council in 2 weeks.
And that's, if that's the will of the council,
I'll second
or
the
we
motion.
can,
okay. So it's been moved and seconded that we will come back to council in 2 weeks after we make that adjustment, so that it's clear. I think that's much cleaner. Okay?
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yes. No, I appreciate this discussion. It's been good. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Angula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes?
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay. All righty, so that concludes Section 2 of the agenda, items moved from the consent agenda. It is a little after 6, but we are going to move forward because I want to get through the public forum that we've committed to before we move into our public hearings this evening. So we do not have any proclamations tonight. We do have a full list of people that have signed up during the public forum. We do only allow, I believe, 5 non-agenda items, and we do have 5 people signed up. So if anyone had intended to sign up, we're full tonight. We won't go beyond the 5. And so when someone speaks on a non-agenda item and comes forward in public testimony, they have 3 minutes. So please come forward and state your name, your address, and then you can proceed, and then there's a little timer out there that tells us when we've hit 3 minutes. So the first person that is signed up this evening is?
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Melissa Robinson.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Napa City Council and citizens of Napa.
And do remember to say your address, name and
Okay.
address.
My name is Melissa Sue Robinson. My address is 15 Fifth Street North, Unit 210, Napa.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for giving me the opportunity to address you today. I stand before you with a heavy heart and a plea for action. In the past 90 days, our community in other parts of the Treasure Valley has experienced a devastating number of lives lost due to car accidents where people get hit by vehicles, including my own brother, Michael Stalins, which happened over on Caldwell Boulevard over by Winco on October the 28th, 3 days after his birthday, 65th birthday. The streets that we traverse daily, the roads that connect us, should be safe havens for everyone, whether they are pedestrians, cyclists, or motorists. Yet the recent surge in fatal accidents in the Napa area and Treasure Valley is a dire indication that something really needs to be done to change it. In remembering my brother, I'm reminded of his vibrant spirit, his love for life, and his unwavering dedication to our community. Michael's life was tragically cut short on October 18th. Like I say, 3 days after his 65th birthday, and I guess I already went over this, when he was struck and killed by SUV on Caldwell Boulevard near Winco. His passing is not only a personal loss, but also a reflection of the urgent need for enhanced safety measures on our roads. It is essential that we come together as a community to address this pressing issue. I implore the Napa City Council and Mayor Kling to take decisive action and prioritize the safety of our citizens. Here are a few suggestions to consider. One of them is not on my list here, but I'm going to mention skywalks and undergrounds, and also special lighting. You know, like when you go down Midland, you have the light when somebody crosses. That should be at dangerous intersections like the one my brother was killed at. Increase traffic enforcement, allocate resources to enhance traffic enforcement efforts. This includes stricter enforcement of speed limits, red light violations, and other traffic infractions that endanger lives. Number 2, improve infrastructure. Invest in infrastructure improvements such as well-marked crosswalks, traffic signals, speed bumps, and adequate lighting. These enhancements can significantly reduce the risk of accidents and create a safer environment for all road users. Number 3, public awareness campaigns. That's very important. Launch comprehensive public awareness campaigns to educate drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists about road safety rules and practices. Encourage responsible behavior such as not using mobile devices, which I see all the time, while driving and practicing defensive driving techniques. We need a collaboration with law enforcement. Foster stronger collaboration between local law enforcement agencies and the city council. I'm
sorry, Todd, that was the past 3 minutes.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sorry, my mic wasn't on. I know you're not done yet, and what you're saying is very important, and I appreciate it. Unfortunately, if I let you go longer, I'm going to have to let everybody behind you go longer.
I understand that.
So you have sent this in an email to us, is that correct?
And I'll let you have this copy.
I would appreciate that, because
I'll
I
give it
think,
to you right now.
I thank you for your comments, and I just want to say we are so sorry for the loss of your brother. And I appreciate your suggestions because they're good suggestions. So, Melissa Sue, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. You have a good evening. Thank you. Okay, that's okay. But thank you for sharing this. We will get a copy of this to the entire city council so they all can finish what you didn't get to finish. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Judy Mayer.
Madam Mayor, lady and gentlemen of the Nampa City Council, my name is Judy Meyer. I live at 1100 Burnett Drive, number 516, which is located in Silvercrest 2, 55-plus gated community off Flamingo. Flamingo is our nemesis right now. I want to thank you for granting us, there are more of me, the opportunity to speak to you this evening about this. When my husband and I moved there 16 years ago, the Flamingo communities on the south side were comprised of a street of senior duplexes, a 55-plus trailer park, Silvercrest 1 and Silvercrest 2. The residential complex on the north side, east of Kasia, was a very large mobile home park. West of Kasia was a vacant lot, and Firehouse number 4. Several years ago, the mobile home park widened its streets, cut down the arborvitae, installed a fence, the height of which is reduced at the corner of Kasia and Flamingo. The mobile home residents parked on the street during this renovation, and have since continued to park on the street on both sides. Also, fourplexes were built on the east of the Firehouse, and those residents are also parking on Flamingo. We feel this is very hazardous, especially when the fire truck is summoned. We are supposed to pull over and park. We can't. There's no room. As evidenced during the Snowmageddon, nobody could move to the side, okay? And they were snowed in as well. The danger also includes children who may run out between the cars without looking, and that's happened to me twice. Thankfully, I was able to stop. We also feel driving concerns will exacerbate due to the new apartment complexes behind Karcher Mall. They are going to avoid going onto Karcher because of the heavy traffic, and they will come to Flamingo to get out. This is going to create longer lines to turn, and since the cars are parked there, we can't see. Unfortunately, we were not granted X-ray vision. We cannot see through the cars. So we pull out into the intersection, which is very dangerous. And that is happening on both sides of the street now. So I looked up the ordinance about parking on the streets, and I'm a little bit confused. From the one that seems to apply says that any vehicle can park for 72 hours. Is that correct? I mean, 72 hours, who's going to be checking? Okay, we would also like your consideration of a stoplight at the intersection of Kasia and West Flamingo. That's going to be further addressed by Linda Lee, David Horner, and Ken behind me. We'd appreciate your consideration of making West Flamingo a no parking street. And we're going to ask you to please notify us of your
Madam
decision.
Mayor, time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Judy, this is what you had brought forward, Sebastian, correct? Councilman Griffin? So thank you so much. We did receive your email, and we did communicate it over to our engineering department, and so we actually are working on it.
Good. Thank you.
And we'll provide you with response, and so they have it, and we will get back to you and provide the process to address your questions. But thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
bringing them to our attention.
Thank you for
appreciate it.
hearing
Thank
us.
you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Ken Lucas.
Madam Mayor, Councilman, I'm Ken Lucas. I live at 1100 Burnett Drive, Unit 506. That would be the Estates 2. Our problem there is that on 1100 Burnett Drive, it intersects with West Flamingo and Cassia. In the past year or so, traffic has increased substantially on West Flamingo between Middleton and Midland Roads. And I'm assuming that people are trying to avoid Karcher and the Boulevard. They're taking a shortcut and getting around it. The problem we face is where Cassia intersects with Flamingo. People are pulling out of the intersection up to a car length out into the road. So it makes it hard for oncoming traffic to get around without having to do a dodge. They do this to look around the fence which surrounds the mobile home park, and the cars parked along West Flamingo almost to the corner of Cassia. That's the way it was tonight. They were parked all the way up to the corner. I've had to pull off onto the shoulder of Flamingo Drive at the intersection for oncoming traffic to get around vehicles pulled out into the intersection. So when the apartments at 208 are fully rented, congestion is going to double or triple. And it's really going to be a hazard. It's not a very wide street to begin with. And how will an emergency vehicle make it around a vehicle pulled out into that intersection? Fire truck could never make it. Never. There is no room for a roundabout. A stoplight is out of the question for right at the moment. Let's make it a three-way stop. 2 stop signs is all it's going to take on Flamingo to cure the problem. Please don't wait for an accident to happen before you do this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments, and it does make a difference. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is David Horner.
My name is David Horner. I live at 1100 Burnett Drive in the Silvercrest. And I'd like to speak about the same situation at the corner of Cassia and Flamingo. I appreciate the work that has been done over the last year and a half or so, because I walk that route every day. And I've noticed that the traffic has been checking the speed limits of people going by and so on and so forth. I've noticed that that particular intersection coming off of Cassia, it has been revamped. There's been a big wide line put there so that you can't miss the line, plus a turn lane that has been put in. And since then, it seems like the turn lane is more of a problem than it was when it was just one lane, because you're having to, when you come around that corner, you're having to look at the other traffic going up and down Flamingo and the people that are parked, like the past speaker said, beyond the line, so you can't see around them. So you're waiting for somebody that if they're going to turn, and you say, okay, well, now I can go. But sometimes there's somebody coming the opposite way on Flamingo, and they're not going the limit, they're going faster. And so I've seen 2 accidents happen right there in front of my eyes. And right now, like previous speakers have said, that the fence around that park, around that mobile home park, they lowered the one section, but it wasn't lowered far enough going around the corner, because now we've got cars that are parked the whole way to the corner. So my feeling is that signs be put up saying no parking from this point to the corner, and that turn lane be taken out, and that street, Cassia Street, be divided in half, one lane going one way, one lane going the other, to make plenty of room for people to go around that corner. Because when somebody comes out above the line and you cut around that corner, you can't make it, you hit the curb. And that curb is black all the way down where people have hit the curb. It's dangerous. There's another accident waiting to happen. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Jimmy Whistler.
You know what, Jimmy, I think, thinking that we were full tonight, he was going to testify, but maybe we let him know that we were full, and so he didn't. So that maybe was a mistake. But is that, then we're it? Okay. I will say on this Flamingo Cassia and the traffic, we absolutely are researching it. We will be back in touch. And thank you for your communication and bringing it forward. Appreciate it. So that concludes our public forum this evening. And we are going to do one, well, first of all, as we move on, we do not have any agency or commission reports, and staff communication is, there's no presentation, it's in our packet. Moving to new business, I would like to ask, we have an appointment of James Kyle to the Golf Commission. Is James here this evening? Hi, James. So we're going to do yours so that we can meet you in just a second. So hang 2 seconds and we're going to have you come forward. So I would stand for a motion to confirm the appointment of James Kyle to the Golf Commission for a 2-year term expiring February 28, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin. Oh,
Whoops. Okay, he's not here. Thank you.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Motion carries.
James, thank you for being here tonight. Please introduce yourself.
You are welcome, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Jim Kyle. I live at North Saxton Court, which is just west of 11th and Cherry, so I'm relatively close to Centennial Golf Course. I've had the good fortune to live in the valley from Boise to Nampa, presently in Nampa, for the last 50 years. Been playing the courses here for 30 of those years since I ever opened up. And I've played all the courses from Twin Falls to Wilder and north. So golf is certainly my passion. The interesting part about this is I don't pretend to know everything about the Golf Commission. But I do want to help in the way it's going forward. I think it's in the right mode right now. It's very cautious, and I think that given the restrictions of the purchase document and the budgetary restraints, there's some great opportunity to make some improvements, which they've already put those in motion. And those are going to be well received, I think. But the overriding concern, I think, is to also keep these two courses in a friendly mode to the participants, and also to make them affordable, keep them affordable, because I think many courses are not doing that. But somehow Nampa has found that good balance with good courses, challenging for all kinds of levels of golfers, and still affordable. So hopefully I can help the commission in that regard and keep them moving forward at a nice, slow pace.
Thank you for your willingness to serve. We appreciate it. We look forward to working with you on the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I will enjoy it. Thank you for your support. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for being here this evening.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so I had hoped we could get through 7.2, but we are not going to until after the public hearings, only because we're already at 6:25, and So the remainder of the new business will come after public hearings, if that's okay. So right now, we're going to move into the public hearing portion of our agenda. And our first public hearing is an action item. This is a variance of Nampa City Code 10-8-5A, requiring a 5-foot side yard setback for buildings to allow an attached garage built without permits to remain in its current location, which is approximately 2 feet from the south property line at 2123 South Elder Street. This is for Victor Jimenez and Dulce. Oh my, Victor, do you want to say this, Les? Thank you. Thank you. This public hearing was continued from December 4th, 2023. Is our applicant with us this evening? Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. Go ahead and state your name and your address, and then you'll have 7 minutes to go through the...
My name is Mark Bybee. Obviously, I am not Victor. I represent the applicants. My business address is 5700 East Franklin Road, Suite 200 in Nampa. And Dulce and Victor are here with me today as well. And it looks like 7 minutes for applicants.
Yes.
Is that right? All right. I wasn't sure how much I was going to get. You ready for me?
We are.
Okay. So I know you guys get a big packet, and so I'm going to quickly summarize the background on this because I know it's hard to review everything closely. But my clients acquired their property in 2019. It's their primary residence, and in 2020 they hired somebody to build an attached garage. That person ultimately did build it, and it took a few years. They used kind of an interesting construction methodology where they built kind of the best I could describe it as a metal skeleton, if you will. Has 4x4. That kind of shows the skeleton in the pictures. You can see some of the posts. Those are 4x4 metal posts on each corner and on the line of the roof. And then they got these metal, I don't even know what to call them, I-beams, sort of, connecting. And they put that up early, or in about a year and a half before they actually enclosed it. So we had a metal framework standing of the footprint of it for about a year and a half, and then they ultimately filled it in, as you can see, with wood framing. And so after that happened, about the time it was nearly complete, in 2023, they received a notice from the city saying this was built without permits and it's in the setback. That's how they became aware of the issue, believing their contractor had obtained permits, had followed the requirements, and since that time, they are now trying to comply with permitting requirements, with variance requirements of the city after they became aware of them. Something I think is important to point out of what my clients are asking for versus what they're not asking for. What we're here for tonight is strictly a variance to the city code provision 10-8-5C, which requires the 5-foot side yard setbacks. We are not seeking a permit or a variance to permit requirements. We're approaching this as a two-step process after collaborating, talking with building staff, because if they don't get this variance, there's no reason to seek the permits. So we're seeking the variance if it's approved, or I'd recommend conditional approval is actually what we're seeking. Then we'll pursue the building permits, which will require, as the city staff commented from the building department, we'd have to go through an engineering process, essentially reverse engineer this and possibly still make modifications to the building afterwards to make it compliant with building codes. It will also require an electrical permit. And so if this variance is granted, it would purely be to allow it to remain in its footprint that it's in right now. Has nothing to do with permits. And honestly, we know there's a hill to climb with the permits still. We might get into the permitting and not be able to satisfy the permit requirements, but they desired not to incur those expenses until they had some resolution on this variance. As for why we believe this is appropriate, the variance, there's standards in 1024-2 of the city code as to what the city must consider and conditions that must be found to approve a variance, and we believe those are satisfied. I recited those in the comment letter that I submitted, or the narrative I submitted in association with this application. I'll summarize them briefly and respond a little to staff report as well. One of them is that literal enforcement of the code would result in practical difficulty and unnecessary hardship if the variance was denied. And in this case, we believe that's satisfied because I don't want to sound like I'm trying to excuse the lack of permits. That was our mistake. We recognize that that was a mistake made, and we're trying to deal with it. The issue, a concern we have is there was a metal shell standing for a year and a half before my clients went to the additional expense of finishing this, and now we have a very nearly finished garage. Basically, the remaining things would include small hardware items like lights and doorknobs and those kinds of things. And if this were denied, essentially, we're either deconstructing or at least significantly modifying it to where we'd have to remove 3 of those metal posts that are anchored in concrete to bring a wall about 2 feet, 2 to 3 feet one way. And so exceptional costs that has been compounded by, and we got to the point of nearly a done garage before we ended up getting an enforcement letter. Again, you can flip that on me and say, well, you should have got your permits. We get that. We know. But the delay in enforcement certainly resulted in us being in this spot, or I guess assisted us being in this spot. So unique site characteristics, the argument here is that the existing house is located very centrally on the property. Whether you go right or left, there's not really room to build a 2-car garage. I know the staff has said, well, city code only requires a 1-car garage. Yes, it requires in new construction a 1-car garage. That doesn't mean it restricts a 2-car garage, and 2-car garages are fairly standard in modern construction. They're also fairly standard in this neighborhood. And so this location of the house is a unique site characteristic that really prevents fitting a garage on either side of the structure. If we built it on the other side, it'd be the same issue. Literal enforcement would deny the applicant privileges enjoyed by other similarly situated properties. And what I cited here in my letter, there is multiple properties where setback intrusions seem to be happening in this zone. And staff responded and said, well, this community, this subdivision was annexed in '04, and it's likely that those predate those intrusions where we've allowed structures in the setback predate when the city took it over. Nonetheless, those intrusions are privileges being enjoyed by other properties. And I also looked specifically just at parcel R21854, that's assessor parcel number. There's a shed that basically touches the property line that was constructed in 2011 per assessor data. There's a attached awning that essentially touches the property line that's clearly new, not as old as the house, that undated, but nearly touches it. There is a detached garage at parcel R, shouldn't be our reversals and subsequent legal actions. So that's not a threat of litigation. Please don't take it that way. It's just a statement as you can't be arbitrary in your decision making. I ask you not to be.
Quick question for you.
Yes.
Was there anything else that is important for you to finish before we move to the staff report? Because I want to make sure that, and then council, do you have any questions?
Here.
I just wanted
Okay.
to respond to just one of the findings you need to make. Staff suggested that if you approve this, it would be detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare because it was built without permits. And that's, again, one of those findings recommended by staff that I find problematic because we're planning to pursue permits. That's what we have to do after this. So that you're not approving a permit variance. That's not a request at all.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield.
Thank you. Did you say you authored the letter from White Peterson?
I did, yes.
Okay, sorry, you're Mark?
I am, yes.
Okay, I didn't catch your name when you came up. So in conversation with staff, did you talk at all about a firewall separation due to the near proximity to the property line?
It didn't come up in the conversations with staff, but it is in the comments that staff submitted. I saw that in the staff report. So again, that's one of those things that through the permitting process, I suspect will likely need modifications to that exterior wall. That's one of the things I saw.
Thank you. I'll listen to the staff report and then whatever public comment there is.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you. So as you may or may not know, we'll go through the staff report, then open up the public hearing, and then as the applicant representative, you'll have the opportunity to come back, provide closing comments, and address any questions that you have heard as we go through the process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That rebuttal time, about
Yeah.
how much?
I think it's 5 minutes.
5?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Parker.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The applicant covered this quite well, so I'll just cover the city side of it. The analysis in this case, the variance is being requested because an unpermitted structure was constructed within the setback. The narrative describes that the concrete pad was poured prior to the applicant taking ownership of the house, as the applicant had pointed out. That work did not require a permit and is not required to be outside of the side yard setback. They could pave up to the fence, and we wouldn't restrict that. And they claim that the structure was built on that pad. The issue at hand appears to have been a miscommunication between the owner and the contractor that constructed the addition incorrectly and without permits. While that is unfortunate, staff does not find that there's a physical hardship present or extraordinary site characteristics to meet the requirements of approval of a variance. This situation likely should be resolved outside of the city between the owner and the contractor. So with that being said, I'll cover the findings, staff recommended findings. So a little bit of history. In May of last year, a special investigation was conducted on the property based on a citizen complaint for the construction of the garage within the setbacks without a required permit. In June, a notice and order was issued, and then in July, a second notice and order was issued based on a failure to respond to the first one. In regards to variances, a variance is not considered to be a right or special privilege, but may be granted to an applicant only upon showing a undue hardship due to special characteristics of the site. We've covered these quite extensively previously. And mostly it's as a result of geographic, topographic, physical conditions on the site. And those hardships do not count as financial hardships. That's not one of the criteria. Variance is not intended to allow something that others do not have a permitted right to do. So with that being said, the required setback would be 5 feet in this zoning district. The main correspondence is from the building department. And Patrick is here and can cover some of this if you have further questions, but the garage was built with steel construction, requires full structural engineering calculations and drawings in addition to the minimum drawing exhibit requirements for residential garage. The side of the property is closer than 3 feet and would require fire rating walls, as Councilman Haverfield had mentioned. There's also the concern about the foundation of the structure. At a minimum, it would require engineering, structural engineering, and footing inspection to make sure it's built correctly. That would be the case whether you approve it or deny it, and they have to move it back to 5 feet. In either case, it would require a permit and those inspections to be done. We've looked at the pictures. These are also in the staff report provided to you. Should you choose to approve, they would be required to follow the city codes and standards, including the standards outlined in the building department comments. In regards to the findings of fact for denial, the enforcement of the regulation results in practical difficulty, unnecessary physical hardship. The removal of the unpermitted structure, there may be some difficulty in that, but the space between the existing home and the fence is about 22 feet on the other side, on the north side of the house, which would provide sufficient area for a garage, which we require in this zoning district. So with that conclusion, there's sufficient space on the property to construct a single-car garage. As far as the extraordinary site characteristics applicable to the property involved or the zoning district, which do not apply to other properties classified in the same zoning district, This property is similar size, dimensions as those nearby. It's constructed central to the property, 20-plus feet on each side. And as mentioned previously, a concrete pad was poured on the side yard setback, similar to other properties in the same zoning district. So there's not anything extraordinary about this site that would differentiate it from another property. Enforcement of the regulation would deprive the applicant of privileges enjoyed by owners of other properties. City setbacks apply to all structures in all zoning districts to varying degrees. Some zones have different setbacks, obviously. But in all cases, there's some kind of restriction. Structures are not permitted to be constructed in those easements or setbacks unless approved through this body, through a vacation, variance, when extraordinary site characteristics exist. As mentioned by the applicant's representation, this subdivision was first developed in the county in 1973. It was later annexed in 2004. Some of the existing structures have been permitted through the county and met county requirements at that time. Anything that was constructed after it was annexed would should have met building code, building and zoning code if they had gone through the building permit process as they should have. The side yard setback requirement also in 2004 was 5 feet, so nothing has changed as far as that setback. Again, this is similar size dimension. Because no permits were issued, the structure may not have been, this is in regards to whether it's in the detrimental to public health and safety. As the applicant had mentioned, if this request is denied, they're still going to have to meet the health and safety, or if it's approved, they still are going to have to go through the building permit process to make sure that it's built safe. And so, yes, it may not be detrimental to the health and safety, but we don't know until we go in and inspect it and make sure it's built right. So, with that being said, there's a motion for you, and I'll stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling.
Okay, Councilman Haverfield and then Councilman Bills.
Parker, do you know, is there any utility easement along this property line?
Councilman, not that I'm aware of. There's generally a 5-foot setback. That's typically an easement for drainage, and
Well, that would preclude the ability to keep the building in its current position. They're not allowed to build on an easement, especially a utility easement. So that would be an important factor to know. If that can be something you could look up real quick. Okay. Then obviously we could reverse engineer the structural and take a look at the integrity of that wall, if it's a fire rated wall or not. But my question for legal is, since there's no real, this is a variance request, and it's been pretty well stated that none of these items have been, I mean, they've not met those requirements. Allowing a modification of a building that's built incorrectly on the property, does that constitute allowance for a variance in this case?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, the criteria are what they are. So whether it was constructed already or if it was somebody coming to request it pre-construction, your criteria are the same. So you have to make a determination that you're comfortable as to whether or not those criteria have been met in this particular case.
Well, it appears that they haven't met that criteria, so that's the point I'm making. We can't state that they did. So does that give us grounds if they do mediation or mitigation? Is that going to be satisfactory to override this criteria that's not been met?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, if your review of the facts is that the application does not meet the criteria, then you're within your authority to deny it.
Thank you.
Councilman Bills.
So a clarification, I understood what is in the packet and what you've communicated the slab was existing before the owner purchased the property.
Mayor and Councilman, that's what was described in the narrative from the applicant.
That's from the applicant. And then, so the building is built on top of that slab. Was there any evidence that there were footings put in underneath that slab?
Mayor
cut
and
in there after
Councilman,
the fact?
the building department, I believe they went out there and did a special investigation for this. I don't believe they looked at the footing. I could be wrong on that, though.
Mayor, Councilman Bills, building department did go out for a special investigation. We did look at the structure. We did not dig down to verify a footing. It appeared there was just a slab, surface slab on grade. We'd have to go and dig next to one of the sides. And then we wrote the notice and order, and then we had a conference call with the attorney and planning and zoning and building last July or August, and now we're here.
Okay, so the pictures to me indicate that the posts were put in an existing slab and the walls have been framed on an existing slab. And it didn't appear to me that anything had been cut out, based on what I could see from the pictures, for a footing.
Could be a pole structure, though.
That's correct. It appears that the structure's been put just on a slab.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, the P.F. Thompson plat does not call out side yard easements. It's of a vintage that predates it being in the city, and I do not see that on that plat.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Jankula.
Yes, Parker, can you confirm that these other violations that he spoke to, were they done prior to annexation into the city?
Mayor and Councilwoman, I wouldn't be able to speak about other properties in the neighborhood as far as structures that may not have been permitted. I can tell you that there's a lot of them across the city that are within the setbacks.
So the ones that were spoke of tonight in reference to this violation, you can't speak to those? You don't know?
I can't, no.
Okay. I was just wondering because it was just brought up that if this body did deny that it would be arbitrary, but if it never came before this body, then.
Mayor and Councilwoman, we, code compliance typically goes out as a complaint basis. And we try and enforce things equally on the same street. So if one person has an issue with setbacks, they typically go to other properties within that same vicinity and apply that code to
Thank you.
multiple properties.
Could you tell us if that's been done then?
I wouldn't be able to tell you, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of staff at this time? Okay, if there are no other questions, we'll probably have you back. Thank you, Parker. This is a public hearing, and what do we have on signups?
Madam Mayor, I do not have anyone signed up.
Okay. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this particular item tonight? Yes. Go ahead and come forward and state your name and address. Good evening.
Good afternoon, Mary Clean, City Council. My name is Raymond Shepard. I live at 111 North Chaparral Drive, Napa, Idaho, 83651. You guys recognize me. I've been coming to these city council meetings for a little bit now. My view on it is, in the past, I've seen the city council vote time and time and again against its constituents and the residents and citizens of Napa, with the exception of Natalie and Dale. It just blows my mind how a city council who's supposed to be representing and in favor of its citizens, over and over again, vote against what the citizens want and in favor of developers. Our schools are underfunded. We don't have enough money to hire the police department that we need. I sat in here and watched you guys vote in favor of the developers, charging money to homeowners associations and its citizens in lieu of giving the fire chief the ballards that he requested. It just amazes me, right? So here we have a couple, which I never met these people before in my life, right? But I am speaking in favor of this ordinance for their sake, right? One, legally, what was the intent? Did these people intend to break the law or break any code violations? I think not. Was it their intent to get away with something? I think not. What was the intent? If you want to call this a public health crisis or whatever, where's your due diligence? Can you prove that that's an unstable building? Can you prove that it's not worthy before we got to this hearing tonight? He said he didn't dig down to look to see if there's a footing or not. The building guy said, well, nope, I can't prove that there's any violations. We'll get to that point in the future, right? We'll get to that point if you allow these people to live their American dream, right? Their dream of being, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens in the city of Napa. What was their intent? To build a two-car garage on their property? I don't know. I'm just real interested to see how the city council votes tonight, because it is public information, right? Are you going to continue to vote against its citizens and your constituents in favor of developers or in favor of what? I don't know. I say let them have the two-car garage. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes.
Sir, did you read the information submitted in on this request?
I just read the little paragraph that's submitted in the flyer tonight.
So you haven't seen the 2-page letter from the neighbor?
No, I have not. It wasn't available to my information, coming in here.
Okay. It might be helpful for you to read the neighbor's 2-page letter.
If it was available to me, I'd
It's
be
a
more than
public
happy
record.
to.
It's in the public.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, Councilmember Bills, I would just like to clarify for the public that the agenda packet is posted online, and when it is made available for the council, it is also made available for the public. So it is
I wasn't aware of
accessible.
this situation until just a few minutes ago, right? You know what I mean? Maybe I should have done my due diligence. But again, it wasn't an attack on city council. I'm just curious to see, what's going on here.
Thank you.
Just on my past experience in the city council meetings in the past, 6 months or so. That's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify on this item this evening? Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for applicant to come and provide some closing comments and answer any questions that have come up. And then, council, it is our opportunity to ask any closing questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Again, Mark Bybee for the applicant, 5700 East Franklin Road, Suite 200 in Nampa. And to address some of the stuff that came up there, we talked a little bit about the concrete, and it's because I raised that in my staff report. The concrete predated their purchase, the concrete driveway. You can see it in this picture that's up right now, where the vehicles are parked. That predated their purchase of the house. I don't know how long that driveway's been there. I don't think my clients could testify to exactly how long it's been there. It's just there when they got there. It does continue back into the garage, and the garage structure is set over that. Councilmember Bills, you mentioned that the footings. I can tell you, I personally did go to this site. I am not an inspector. I'm not going to claim to be, but it is quite clear that there had been cuts into the concrete to pour new concrete in the place that those 4x4 steel beams that run vertical are anchored. They're anchored in with bolts. The depth of so to my eye, it appeared that footings were poured. But the depth, I have no idea. I don't know how deep this person went. I talked with my clients, and they believed it was in multiple feet because they were there present for the construction, but they didn't closely, watch how deep their contractor went. But it's not just anchored to the slab, if that's the concern. And again, I do think those are things that must be addressed through the permitting process. That would have to be part of the engineering. If they go and find a depth or, deficiency in the footings, it would have to be addressed. And Councilmember Haverfield, you mentioned, I think briefly, I do think this is kind of like a pole barn. It just happens to be, instead of wooden post poles, it's built out of steel beam poles. It's the similar type construction. No, that would have to be done in the permitting process if this was approved, yes. And as for the dates of the structures, Councilman or Councilwoman, is it Jangula or Yangula? Jangula. The dates I quoted to you, those come from the Canyon County Assessor data that's available if you just go on the GIS. So the primary one that I was referring to is a detached garage that's just down the street, about a block that is basically on the property line. So it's, again, and the spot enforcement is what I was getting at. Why enforce on these people when we allow others? I'm giving you notice, so does that mean there's going to be enforcement and that garage is going to be ripped down now? Or no, because we let it go for long enough since 2005, we're going to allow this violation to persist, meaning the one that on that other property. And now as to the letter from the neighbor, again, those are primarily the complaints are going to things that will be addressed in the building permitting process. We're not asking for a variance from the building permitting process. And after speaking with your building department director, I believe, are you Mr. Sullivan? It's quite clear to me that we still have some things to sort out, and permits may not be approved. And so my recommendation on a motion here would be to conditionally approve on the condition that they satisfy permit requirements, actually successfully obtain a permit or the required building and electrical permits for this structure. If those permits are never issued, then that means they failed on the condition, and this variance is of no effect because they didn't satisfy the condition. If there's other questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I have a question. Is it Mark?
Yes.
Okay, Mark. In the letter from the neighbor, states that the gentleman that owns this place is a roofing contractor. Is that true?
To my knowledge, it is, yes.
Okay. So would that be standard in his practice of business to pull permits?
I believe so, but if you're asking me to testify for his personal knowledge, I can't.
Okay. So do you know if the applicant or the building owner is a registered contractor in the state of Idaho?
I don't.
Okay. That would be important to know because that shows his knowledge of building construction and what's required and what's not.
And he is present, I believe. Could he answer these questions?
He may be able to. I know he's primary Spanish speaking, so
Okay.
most of my conversations with him have been through his spouse.
Okay.
So,
Mayor, a question.
Yeah. So I know Councilman Reynolds isn't quite done, and I
Yeah, so-
interrupted him, so I'll
So,
let him finish.
and then just my last comment was on the spot enforcement. Unfortunately, like any city, our building department doesn't catch everything. It's kind of like me getting a speeding ticket and you don't get one. The only difference is that you didn't get caught, but you were speeding. So I don't take that into my deliberation for this. It's unfortunate that, but in this case, we have a neighbor that's upset. I can understand by looking at the pictures, it looks like a fire hazard to me. There is some issues there. Do I want to see them tear their garage down? No. But, it's just a matter of whether or not that the owner knew or recognizes that permits need to be pulled in general for me.
and again, Councilman Reynolds, just acknowledge that this is not a request for permit variance. We are going to seek the permits.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Question, Mayor.
Councilman Bills.
So, Mr. Bybee, did your client roof the structure?
I'm not sure. I really, I know it was primarily managed through the construction. The contractor was a man named Angel Vidales that built, the metal framework and the wood framing into the structure. I'm not sure if my client roofed it or not. I just didn't inquire on that. Okay.
Yes. No questions? Okay. Are there any other questions from city council at this time?
Only for staff.
Okay. So I think I'd rather us go ahead and go to staff at this time before we close public hearing. So if you don't have any further comments,
Thank you for your time.
thank you very much. Okay, so let's ask the staff their questions.
Can I have Patrick come up?
Yes, Patrick?
You come forward.
Thank you.
I'm just looking at the way that this was framed. It's got steel, I would assume, some sort of a steel fabrication for the rake ends, the backside, and that truss is sitting on top of wood joists or wood studs without any, appears, proper sheathing ties that I can see as far as, because the insulation's covering everything up. But just the way that this is constructed doesn't look safe to me at all from an architectural standpoint. So do you think you can go back and have this reverse engineered to your satisfaction?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, yes, I believe we can. It's a simple post and beam structure. It's light frame wood construction. Our biggest concern on not having a perimeter footing if they intend to heat the space. In order to have, we could do a shallow footing and protect it that way so we didn't have frost heave. We're concerned over the post piers that were put in. And we don't know what size they are, and we don't know if the structure is beefy enough to hold up the roof. We have a ridge beam that goes all the way across, and it looks pretty light. So I think they would probably have to add, they may have to add a different ridge beam, you know, like a glue lam or something, or a steel beam across there, replace that. You could probably, with sufficient ties and sheathing, get enough shear out of the walls, and you might have to do some hold downs for uplift. Just to be, we don't know quite how. We did not do a complete evaluation. We went out and looked at it. We did not get inside the building. We were able to see it from the front, and then we relied on photos.
Well, I don't see, again, on the pictures that we're looking at, just the ability for that to be a portal frame over that garage door appears to be insufficient for me from a shear transfer.
That would have to be that would have to be replaced.
Okay, and
so
then
it would need significant reframing of that portal frame.
okay, and then roof sheathing. We don't know what type of sheathing's there, nor the shear walls as far as for the transfer down from the roofing to the foundations to a pole-supported structure. It just appears to be unsafe to me. But that's why I have you come up.
Yeah, I mean, you could replace the shear on the outside and just put OSB on the inside and just shear the whole thing from the inside, put hold downs, and then get adequate. It's not that big of a structure. You might have to do some intermediate support on if you can't get a beefy enough ridge beam. So it will be a project. It will not be a small project. And then there's the fire rating. You know, you have to be at least 3 feet from the property line not to have to fire rate the wall, but you would still have to fire rate the eaves and a portion of the roof. But if they don't get the variance, they would just have to cut off and just basically redo that end wall, and that would get them out of having to do the fire rating.
Does the International Residential Code require that to be a parapeted wall because of proximity to property line?
No, it doesn't. It's a little more lenient than the IBC and the IRC. So it's basically a parapet as long as you fire rate the eave and the fascia and a portion of the roof that is within 3 foot of the property line. And then you have to move all of your roof vents away from the property line too.
No windows.
And no windows, no openings.
Just a lot of technicalities, Mayor, sorry. Thank you, Patrick.
Patrick, could I ask you a quick question, or Councilman Bills? Go ahead.
Well, to follow up, thank you, Mayor. It would seem that if the beam is light on the end and the beam across the peak of the structure is light, that it almost seems moving the end wall in 3 feet is not going to be that much more effort than because of the other issues that are going to need to take place. Gut feel on that?
Yeah, Mayor, and I have an opinion. Mayor and Councilman Bills, I think that the having to move that wall in, you're probably going to have to rework the beam and the column anyway. So you can reuse all of your wood framing on the end, and then you could get out of having to have your fire rate on that wall. We had discussed those scenarios, with the applicant's attorney back last summer. But it's really up to council to decide. It will take some structural engineering to sort this out.
Second follow-up question is, it appears that to do some of the work that's going to be needed is going to be a continued aggravation to the neighbor because of the close proximity of the constructed structure to the fence. I'm trying to visualize, there's already aggravation noted in their letter, how you go in and fix things and not continue the aggravation. Are you seeing everything, firewall and all, can be done from the inside of the structure?
No. Mayor and Councilman Bills, it has to be rated on both sides.
So
you'd have to have 5/8 on each side of the wall. So either go over, and you have to take the siding off. You can't have another product between the studs and the fire rated drywall. So you'd have to take all the siding off, put fire rated gypsum board on, put the siding back, put shear. Well, and then you'd also have to have the shear on the outboard of that, right? Because you can't have it has to be at the stud level. So it would actually be easier to rebuild the wall and then demo the end as far as method of construction.
Great.
I mean, stepwise.
That was my thinking, but I wanted to hear from you.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor, I have one question. Patrick, is that a 2-hour separation?
Mayor and Councilman Reynolds, it is not. It's a 1-hour separation.
Thanks for clarifying.
I'm sorry, are there any other questions? Seeing none, if there are no other questions, and I want to make sure that there were no questions that require a response from the applicant. Todd, or did we bring up anything that requires a response from the applicant?
I don't think there were any additional questions that require a response from the applicant.
Okay, thank you. With that, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor? Okay, this is an opportunity for council to have discussion and/or make a motion. Yes.
For legal, this is just basically either allowing the variance or not allowing the variance. We don't need to get into particulars, do we?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, you're correct. It is just a decision on the variance. I would agree with applicant's counsel that it's not about the building permit. This is about the variance criteria. So you need to look at the variance criteria. Staff has proposed criteria. If you agree with those, you can reference and discuss that. If you feel differently, you provide the basis for your determination under those criteria.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm not going to make a motion at this point, but I do want the opinion of council on point number 5 of the facts, the findings of fact. It's discussing whether it'll be detrimental to public health and safety. Based off the staff opinion, they didn't say one way or another it would absolutely be detrimental or would not be. So I'd like to strike that from the motion altogether, just in case there's any recourse to come through that.
Yes, Councilman
I can
Haverfield.
speak to that. When you're talking about detrimental, you're talking about the potential for a fire to be contributed from one property to the next. That's why there's a 5-foot separation. The fact that there's already a wooden fence along the property line, creating a wooden structure within 2 feet of it would constitute either a fire transfer from one or both sides. So that's the concern, and that's why a firewall would be created.
So then I would like to amend the verbiage because they have in there multiple times may not be or may be. They're not definitive in their wording. So I would rather like to see something that says it will be detrimental if we don't deny this, or it will, or just strike it altogether. That would be my opinion.
Okay. So any further discussion amongst council?
Madam Mayor, my thoughts on this, they have a significant amount of dollars tied up in this structure. It's obvious from the pictures we have with the insulation and the framing and the labor. But I do have a problem with the setback and the non-permit issue. I feel like if we can address it in a motion to have staff take care of the permitting process, as the attorney mentioned as well. I feel like that'll take care of a lot of it. However, above and beyond the requirement, if that wall is left where it is, the end wall, I would like to see a 2-hour separation on that instead of a 1 hour. And then it would give the neighbors some peace of mind for the setback on their fence.
Thank you.
Mayor, back to legal, the question I asked, are we allowing a variance based upon criteria that we're adding at this point? Are we allowed to do that? Or are we just looking at either allowing the variance or not allowing the variance based upon staff recommendation?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, you look at, the council is required to look at the criteria. Staff has simply made a recommendation. You can take it or leave it. You don't have to follow their recommendation.
Patrick has his hand up.
I wanted to weigh in on the 2-hour wall. We can't go any more stringent than adopted code unless we adopted ordinance. That would take a public hearing, and then we have to notify all stakeholders 30 days prior to having that public hearing. So I can't go more restrictive than what's in the adopted residential code.
So Patrick, with a 2-foot separation, you're saying that all that is required is a 1-hour firewall. With a 5-foot separation, what is required?
No fire rating whatsoever.
No fire rating whatsoever. Okay, so 1 hour is what's required within 2 feet. Okay, thank you. And then I have another question. There was a comment made about having them conditionally approve, having some conditions on it. So I'm not sure that I understood the answer to your question, Todd. I mean, your answer to Councilman Haverfield's question, does this body have the latitude to put conditions on their determination if they were to deny the variance it's done? If they were to choose to move and approve the variance, but with conditions, are they even allowed to do that?
Madam Mayor, I think conditions are within your authority.
Okay.
You would just need to tie it to those criteria and why that condition would be necessary to meet that particular criteria, and the facts of the particular property in question.
Thank you for that clarity.
So comment, Mayor?
Yes.
I feel like the neighbors have been have been injured, and for them to write in their letter, the contractor using their fence and their structure to stand on to build this building, I don't think there was a good faith effort being put forth when the thing was built. And to try to find a solution to leave that end wall and how that's going to get constructed and not be an egregious situation to the neighbor just doesn't fit for me. And I think to grant the variance sets a precedent for others to just go do what they want to do, and if caught, then they come to council, because council This is a pretty egregious on a setback. It's not a 5x5, 5x8 shed that, you know, multiple people build within a setback area or an easement, but those are usually set on blocks and they're portable. So I just really struggle with this one, and those are my comments, but I'm also ready to make a motion, but I don't want to go ahead of other council members who want to make a comment.
Okay, there are no other comments?
So I'd move that we would deny the variance, and we would stay with the code that requires a 5-foot side yard setback for a building, and that the party landowner would work with the building department to work out how to handle the building issues and the subsequent remodel of the building to be within the frame.
And then did you read that? I mean, so you are
I'm trying to
getting
get there, but I wanted to add in.
Okay.
I wanted to add in that portion. So it deals with 2123 South Elder, parcel R25 2070000 for Victor Jimenez and Ducey Samagoy. Thank you. And it was filed as variance 00150-2023, and we adopt the findings of the stated staff report.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded?
Mayor, if I might?
Yes.
So Councilmember Griffin did mention a good point on finding 5, where it says granting a variance may be a detriment to the public. I don't think that's what the criteria calls for. It says the granting of the variance will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or materially injurious to the property. So I think you need to make a definitive finding, not a potential finding in that case, and then just describe if, for those that may be making the motion and or supporting it or not. But a little more definitive language under 5 would be appropriate as to why.
So can I ask a quick question, though? So this is the granting of the variance, and the motion is to deny the variance. So in denying the variance, it's not, so help me, am I missing something here? Number 5 is talking about so these are the proposed findings of fact for the denial that are here.
Correct. And so in other words, under 5, you're finding that the variance
one.
will be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to other properties or improvements in the vicinity.
And it is, there we go. Now that we're on this in front of us, it does say that.
Yep.
Correct. Okay.
So you would, I think, a more specific finding than may, it should be will, if that's the basis for the motion, and then a description of why.
Okay. So under these proposed findings of fact, you're saying under this, under number 5, it would say instead of could create a hazard, it would will. Because I'm looking at what's on the screen in front of us.
Mayor, and I'm looking.
Is that what you're referring to?
Just above the potential motions, it says conclusion, granting a variance may be a detriment to the public health, safety, or welfare because the structure was not constructed to meet the city-adopted building code. Again, I think it's not really the building code issue that we're looking at, it's the variance itself. Okay. And I think your finding would be, to deny would be that it would be detrimental or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity, and then describe why.
Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
So just for clarity, in the motion, I think Councilman Bills says yes, is that correct?
Correct.
Support that. And who seconded it? Okay, so, and you agree with that, is that correct? Okay, so we have a motion and a second, it is clarified, and thank you for that, to add that in, the way you've stated it. Are we good with that?
So that would change the language. I just need some discussion as to why you feel it would be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity.
Well, because you have a non-fire rated building built within a setback, and therefore there's a hazard standing there. There's no structural report that supports that the building will withstand whatever may come. And therefore, there is, in my opinion, a standing hazard to the public. And I believe further, there's a standard hazard to the neighbor on how they would reconstruct that wall and not be injurious to the neighbor as they were when they built it the first time.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
so in the motion that Councilman Bills read, it says adopt the proposed findings as stated in the staff report. Staff report says on item number 5, staff finds this criteria to not be met. So it answers that question. So that criteria was not met. So I don't understand why we're having this discussion. It's pretty clear as to what was not met under 5.
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Reynolds, the reason I raised it was in relation to Councilmember Griffin's comment. The conclusion under 5 is that granting a variance may be a detriment to the public health, safety, or welfare because the structure was not constructed to meet city-adopted building code. So I was looking for a more definitive answer from council as to why it would be a detriment and not tie it so much to the building code, but tie it to the variance criteria.
So,
Thank you.
follow up, Madam Mayor. So what I'm saying is staff find the criteria not to be met. We don't know what all staff found because it doesn't tell us, but it says that the criteria was not found to be met. So anyway, that was my point.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield.
Again, I'll make the same comment I made before. It's an unsafe condition that could constitute a fire threat to both property owners, depending on where the fire starts, whether it's inside the garage and transferred through the building to the fence, to the property owner, to the other side, or vice versa. That's, to my standpoint, an understanding of the safety, welfare of both sides. It speaks specifically to potential for injury that could be caused. So I don't see why we need to belabor it further, unless we're putting conditions at this point on how it's built. And that's why I asked the question, can we do that? And we're not doing that tonight. We're just either granting or not granting the variance.
Is there any other discussion? Any other clarity needed? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
No.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes on not granting the variance. Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes 8.1 public hearing. At this time, we will move to 8.2. 8.2 is an action item. This is a vacation of a 7-foot wide portion of the 12-foot wide rear easement, leaving a 5-foot wide easement on a .18 acre parcel in the RS6 Single Family Residential Zoning District located at 14919 North Fitzwilliam Street for Jose Padilla. Good evening.
For the record, Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood, Meridian, Idaho, and I'm representing Jose Padilla. As you can see from the drawing that's on the screen, he owns Lot 6, Block 11 of Westminster Subdivision Number 3. On the west side of his house, he's obtained releases from the easement holders to release the 7-foot portion of that 12-foot easement, and he's looking forward to building a shed, since that's been kind of a discussion today. But the conditions of approval recommend or are requesting that he get building permits for what he does. So I think I've covered all the hot topics tonight, and unless you have a question, I'll stand for any questions.
Question, Mayor?
Thank you, Kent. Yes, Councilman Bills.
So do the CC&Rs allow for was any exploration on that as far as, to encroach? Or is this just strictly?
Just strictly easements is all we're talking about tonight, so.
Removing an easement.
Right. And after 35 plus years of doing this, It's kind of interesting that it used to be in the past that all the utilities were in the rear lot line. And so we came up with the easements that we place upon plats and so forth. And Daniel, going back to 73 on that previous one, you know, and there wasn't any. And to me, those easements end up being like blank checks. You've given them a check to allow them to put something in there. It used to be pretty easy to get them vacated. I'm taking between 60 to 90 days, paying $250 to Idaho Power. I can tell them, here's the electrical plans, here's the electrical permit. We just barely did this, and the builder encroached into it, and there's no power here, but I'm still waiting 60, 90 days on these. And so this process has become quite tenuous. And what's interesting is if you think about it, when a gas line goes to a house, does it require an easement or is it a service? Is the electrical line, when it goes to the house, is it a service? Or we don't require sewer or water to have an easement all the way to the house. And so some of these things are technology and so forth, and we got smarter and put them in the front. I've probably done more vacations in the last year and a half than I've done in my entire life of 30-something years. And it is just taking longer and longer. CenturyLink is one of the common ones. My connection is in Louisiana. How do they know what is taking place here? They used to be out of Seattle a year ago, and now they're in Louisiana. So he's gone through the process. He's got releases, and we're seeking that approval.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this time? Okay. Kent, you know the process, so thank you. We'll have you back. Good evening, Christy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. As stated, the request before you this evening is for vacation of 7 feet of this 12-foot rear easement. We've been working with Mr. Padilla for about a year on this. He has gone through Idaho Power, CenturyLink. He's met with everybody. He's requested all the things that he needs to request. The property is completely surrounded by RS6 zoning, and he has worked with the Harvest Life Church that is on his west side, and they signed his narrative stating that they were fine with this. The correspondence was from the engineering department that they have no concerns with this request. Idaho Power states that they do not have any facilities located there, and they do relinquish a portion of that easement and even went so far as to record that document. CenturyLink says they have no objections. If something is found there, it'll be at the cost of the homeowner to relocate their services. So, conditions of approval, they need to get the appropriate building permits, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, all of those things as stated in city code. So for the findings of fact, it was processed in accordance with state code. Vacating this easement is necessary because the easement is at this point unnecessarily wide, and the easement area is needed for the owner to make full use of his property. These are your potential motions, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Christy. Are there any questions for Christy at this time? See none, thank you.
Thank you.
So this is a public hearing, and?
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone signed up.
Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to sign up and speak on this issue? Seeing no one, this is an opportunity. Kent, no further comments?
I think you've had enough.
Thank you. Okay, council, any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor, I'm going to move to approve the vacation of a 7-foot wide portion of the 12-foot wide rear easement, leaving a 5-foot wide easement at 14919 North Fitzwilliam Street, 1/4 of Section 19, for Jose Padilla. Vacation number 65-2020, with the proposed findings listed in the staff report.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So, thank you. We are ready for 8.3 on the agenda, and it has been requested that this action item be moved to date certain of February 20th. I have a quick question for legal. Do I need to open the public hearing? No, I do not. Okay, so it will just be moved to date certain of February 20th. So I would stand for a motion from council if that so be.
Moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we move this action item to February 20th. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Item 8.4 is an action item, and this is to confirm the assessment roll for the Local Improvement District Number 170 for the purpose of constructing concrete curbs, gutter sidewalks, pedestrian ramps, drive approaches, and street improvements in Zone G. Thank you, Daniel.
Sir?
Mayor and council, this is for Sidewalk LID 170. The Sidewalk LID was created in 2021 with construction happening in 2021 and 22. There were 19 properties that proceeded with construction. Total cost of the improvements were $59,853.21. The assessments to the property owners will be $52,636.34, and with the city funding $7,236.87 of that. The packet that I handed out to you today, we did have contact from one property owner. The property owner at 418 East Karcher contacted us with a concern about his assessment. There was a difference between his estimate and the actual costs that ran above the normal $300 limit. We did not get a new signed agreement on, and so we did move some of that into city funded to bring that down to the within that estimated amount with the contingency.
So the document in front of us showing the city is covering $1,550 is correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, that is the corrected one, and we have corrected the assessment roll, and if approved tonight, that will be in compliance. That is the only concern we received. We did receive one other contact just asking whether they needed to be present. We explained to them the process and told them if they were not concerned with their assessment that they could come or not. It really didn't matter. So with that, would stand for any questions.
Council, do you have any questions? Okay. Daniel, thank you. Seeing none, this is a public hearing. And do we have anyone signed up?
Madam Mayor, we do not.
Okay, so we do not have anyone signed up this evening. And I would stand for a motion to close public hearing. Yes?
Want to ask?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this hearing? Thank you for the reminder. I was moving too quickly there. Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. What is the will of the council?
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to confirm the assessment roll for this local improvement district as presented in our packet this evening.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And our last public hearing this evening is 8.5. This is an action item. This is to authorize the creation of a local improvement district number 174, LID 174. And yes, Daniel.
Mayor, Council, so this is to create a local improvement district that allows property owners to finance reconstruction of their sidewalks, either installation of new sidewalks or sidewalks that have deteriorated, and so that they can finance that through this city program. They're able to get a better price on that just because of the volume that we're doing. There are 11 property owners that have requested to be included in this LID. It's a relatively smaller number than we've seen in the past, but we did want to proceed with this. And we have budgeted in the city funds for the portions that would be assessed to the city. In the street division, we budget that annually and would stand for any questions.
Mayor Queen.
Yes.
So Daniel, again, this is voluntary, and the people that have come forward and asked to be a part of it, are they given a number based upon frontage of the street there, or how is it presented to them?
So Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, we have staff that go out and meet with them. We look at specifically what they are looking at needing done, whether it's curbs, gutters, sidewalk, drive approach, whatever it is. We estimate based on the prior year's costs that we've received and estimate what those costs will be, and they are given an estimate that they sign before we include them in the LID. And then if there are changes to that, we would go back to them with those changes and give them the opportunity to still proceed or not.
That'd be my question. Unforeseen conditions do arise, so you are in communication with them throughout the process so that they're either accepting the additional cost or not?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So Daniel, since there isn't anything like, because this is, it's live streamed, right? And since there wasn't an overhead, I don't believe we actually,
I am sharing.
there was nothing shared, and I was just thinking it might be beneficial to those as we come back at a later time and ever want to look at this. It might be beneficial, so we'll see if you could, there we go. Maybe we can get those.
We'll see if it'll come up. I show I'm sharing anyway. So, does it not like me today? Okay, well, I can always stop sharing and try sharing again.
There we go.
There we go. So these are the locations for the 11 properties throughout Zone B and Zone C.
Thank you. And you know, one thing that we might mention, these are voluntary, and this is a smaller group than normal, and you typically are doing it by zone, correct? And so this is the zone. What is the condition around these properties? Because the change, and I advocated for this change, that we do not do mandatory. However, and it isn't however, I agree that we shouldn't impose the changes without someone's approval, right? And this is a great opportunity, but needless to say, this area probably has improvements that are needed.
Correct. And so one of the things that we were previously able to do, and we saw a lot of, that we are no longer able to do due to just some changes in our LID process that came about with legal. And not this legal, different legal previously. We would often see in our older LIDs, someone comes in, the contractor starts construction and their neighbors see, hey, that actually looks nice. Can I get that done now? We're unfortunately not able to accommodate that anymore. We have to identify all properties at the start, and we're not able to add new properties in an LID. So we can look at if someone decides, hey, that looks really nice, we can work with the contractor, whoever wins the bid. We have one contractor that generally wins all these bids, at least within the last decade or so. And he's very good to work with property owners like that may still want to participate and just fund it themselves, and be willing to do that still at the prices that are quoted through the LID. Or we can look at including them in a future LID in a future year.
And I appreciate that, because we have done that a little bit, even though it's out of the zone, working with the contractor to actually accommodate them participating in the next LID out of the zone, but it gives them the opportunity to do the improvements, so.
And this work is done somewhat as filler work for the contractor. That's part of the reason that we get the prices that we do, is just because he can use that as filler work between larger jobs.
Great, thank you. Okay. Any questions? Okay, for Daniel? Okay, thank you, Daniel. So, losing track, this is a public hearing, and?
And Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Okay. So are there any further questions that are needed to be answered before we close public hearing?
Madam Mayor.
Oh, and yes, is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this matter? And seeing no one, I would stand for a motion to close public
So
hearing.
moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, what is the will of the council?
Madam Mayor, I would move that we approve the creation of LID 174.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez. That's a yes. Gangula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. So that concludes our public hearings for this evening. It is about 7:45, and I'm wondering, do we need a quick break before we step into new business items? I'm seeing some yeses. Okay, yes. Okay, we're going to take a little over 5-minute break, and then we will be back. Okay, test, test, thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to get started again. We are going to move into new business, and we will start with 7.2. This is an important one. So, Mark, there you are. Okay, so 7.2 is an action item, and this is to authorize the adoption of an ordinance calling for a general obligation transportation bond election to be held for the purpose of submitting to a qualified electors of the City of Nampa a proposition for the issuance of general obligation transportation bonds not to exceed either $35 million or $38 million for the analysis, planning, preparation, construction, reconstruction, renovation, improvement, upgrading, and betterment of certain city transportation infrastructure. Mark, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I am Mark Stoyer, the Director of Strategic Initiatives. I'm here with Doug Racine, our city's CFO. Also online are Eric Herringer, our bond consultant, and also our bond attorney, who is Mr. John McDivitt, also here online to assist us with any questions as well. So we're pleased to present to you tonight an ordinance on a general obligation transportation bond ballot measure. So just a quick look at how we got here tonight. Last September, we first presented this bond measure to the City Council at a workshop. During this planning discussion, we talked a bit about the history of the current bond that was issued in 2004, some of the critical projects that were completed with that bond funding, and also the fact that that bond is to be fully repaid in August of 2024. Hence, a unique opportunity for the city to essentially reissue that bond for a fixed term in order to receive additional funding for critical infrastructure projects. Based on the information that we received from you from that workshop and also from one-on-one meetings with the city councilors at that time, we further refined the transportation bond proposal to include only projects that are transportation related, so no other projects. We agreed upon a 20-year term for a bond amount of $35 million. City Council authorized staff to prepare an ordinance as such, so we started to do so in January with our bond consultants and our bond attorney. Our bond consultant informed us that the interest rates had actually declined since we first presented this last September, almost a full percentage point, so there was some savings in bond issuance costs. So we thought it would be prudent to provide two options on the action item before you tonight. The first option was for a bond sale for the original agreed upon amount of $35 million, and the second option would be for a bond sale amount of $38 million, and I will cover some additional details on this in a moment. Also during this time, we presented the bond proposal to the Transportation Advisory Group and also to the Citizens Academy to receive some information and their input on the transportation priorities as listed in the ordinance. Also on two specific projects that are listed in the ordinance. That's our State Highway 45 realignment project and also our State Highway 16 southerly connection. We actually gave them a survey of 10 questions to receive their input on these transportation priorities. So putting all this together helped us finalize the documents that are in front of you tonight, the ordinances. So if we approve this tonight, we'll move on to coming back next meeting to authorize funds for public outreach. Public outreach is going to be a critical component of educating the voting public, all with the objective of bringing this onto the ballot on May 21st later this year. So the ordinance addresses 4 transportation priority areas, and we've gone over this before, so just kind of a recap. Freeway access and congestion management, sidewalk improvements, safe routes to school, corridor road widening, and pavement maintenance and rehabilitation. The only 2 projects that are actually specifically mentioned in the ordinance are the State Highway 16 southerly connection and the State Highway 45 realignment project. Both of those projects received overwhelming support in the surveys that we provided to the Transportation Advisory Group and the Citizens Academy as well. So also over the last 2 or 3 months, we've also come up with a list of project priorities. This is based on public input, and also input from you at the last 2 city council meetings that we presented this at. And these are not projects that are specifically mentioned in the ordinance, but they're projects that would be authorized for funding under the ordinance language.
Mark, can I ask you a quick question? I'd like to go back to that, because there has been a little discussion about what we're actually authorizing. And I know that you and Amy have had some discussions about this. I think your prior slide that you just had, one nice thing about this slide, so I want to make sure I didn't just miss something. The nice thing about this slide is that it gives the citizens an opportunity, if it passes, for input. If we go with the next slide, which would say we're doing sidewalks at Birch, I think it could create some problems, because we need the input from our citizens. The commitment in this particular ordinance is saying we have 2 top priorities in freeway access and congestion management, which is Highway 16 southerly and Highway 45 realignment. On the corridor widening, the sidewalk improvements, and the pavement maintenance and rehabilitation, we are committed to those. But we, just to clarify, are we going to give our citizens opportunity, if we pass the bond, to then identify those locations for those?
Yeah, Madam Mayor.
Is that correct?
That is a good point. And I'll go back to these projects in black here. These are just project ideas, and we begin formulating this list already on public input that we got from the Transportation Advisory Group and the Citizens Academy, and we will continue as part of our public outreach process to receive input on these projects. At the end of the day, we want to do projects that are deemed by the community as having a positive impact on traffic congestion, on traffic safety, and also on the rehabilitation of our existing assets. So yes, the ordinance is crafted in such a way that it allows us flexibility to spend money on any of these projects or other projects that might be a priority that'll come up in the near future.
And then the clarity, and thank you, is the non-negotiable are the blue, which if we go to the other one, we are committed to the dollar amount that you've identified for sidewalk improvements. We are committed to corridor widening, just not these specific. That's what we're approving tonight, is this right here.
This is the language in the ordinance.
Yeah, and that's really important, I think, because I think that the likelihood of our citizens getting to weigh in and the specificity of this is really important, or the lack of specificity, I should say, right? Because it gives us the commitment to those areas, but letting our citizens help us determine what the most important areas are. Is that, okay, good.
That's absolutely correct.
Just
Thank
want
you,
to make
Mayor.
sure.
So a little bit more detail on the 2 options as part of the action item tonight. We see 2 20-year term ordinances, one for a bond sale amount of $35 million and one for $38 million. So the $38 million basically results in an average annual payment of just under $2.7 million per year. And this is essentially the same as what's being paid on the existing ordinance that will expire in August. So in other words, there'll be no increase or decrease to the property tax rate, the property tax roll, as we move forward into the new bond. The $35 million bond is what we originally had proposed when the interest rates were slightly higher. This will actually result in a lower property tax rate to our property tax base and on the property tax roll of just $1 per $100,000 of assessed value. In addition, based on some public input and some other comments that we received, I decided to have our bond consultant provide this information shown in orange here. And basically what it does is that the comment has come up that if the property tax base increased due to growth, then the tax payment should actually decline. And if we look at the history back to when the bond election took place in 2004, the forecasted tax rate was $121 per 100K of valued assessment. The first property tax year following those bonds being issued, it actually came out to be 85. In 2020, it decreased to 38. In 21, down to 29. In 2022, to 19. And the primary reason for this is because of the increase in the tax base, right? The population growth here in the city of Nampa. It's not the only reason, but it's one of the primary reasons for that decrease. So our bond consultant also noticed that if we assume a 4% annual growth into the future, that average rate over the term would decrease by approximately 30% as, again, the population grows. So some other input that we received at the last city council meeting, actually from one of the city council members, was that what would be the impact to the tax rate if we increased the bond sale to 40 million or 44 million or 48? And I'm just providing this for your information. To see the tax rate at 38 million would be $18 per 100,000 of assessed value. It would increase to 19 for 40 million. 44 million would be 21, and $48 million, so that's $10 million over 38, would increase to $23 per $100,000 of assessed value. So that ends my presentation. Again, our bond consultant, bond attorneys are online to answer any question, along as Doug and myself.
So if I could just make one more comment. I know, Mark, you presented to two different groups, which was our Transportation Advisory Group and our Citizens Academy. And you touched on this, but both groups actually came back just in public comment that they are asking why we're not going after more. I was actually surprised to hear the citizens that were sitting in these meetings ask us why we were not asking for a greater value, like going up to, we didn't talk numbers at all, but they said, why aren't you asking for more money? And one thing that is very different on this particular bond, the last bond, which was excellent, that Kings Road overpass, the improvements to Garrity needed to be done. It was really good, but it actually funded the work. This bond, it will fund an element of sidewalk improvements and road widening and the corridor, the management of the roads. But as far as the two projects, it will only fund a match for a grant. We're going to have a federal grant or a state grant. I don't know that the state would have a grant of that measure, but through the state going after federal dollars, and it would only cover funds to match the grant. It won't cover the cost because both of those projects, individually, the projects are more than the entire bond. So it's very different, the world that we're in today, because of the cost of construction, what we can get done with the dollar amount. But I just thought it's important for council to know, because I was surprised to hear the meetings that I sat in, the communication back from our citizens saying, why aren't you asking for more? So I just thought I'd share that. So what questions do we have as a council for Mark? And Mark, I just want to say thank you to you, to the bond council, to the entire team for the hard work you've done, the heavy lift. Doug, thank you for your work on this, because you guys have done a great job and I appreciate it. And you know, the only way that we can make good decisions as a council is if we have good information. And thank you for providing that to us tonight. So council.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Mark, in the Citizens Academy, and I appreciate, Mayor, you pointing out the good aspect of the commentary and what they're hearing and the feedback. Can I hear some of the negative comments and some of the concerns that citizens might have had within this group, and how many individuals were in attendance?
We had approximately, I believe, 40 to 50, 44 that actually participated in the survey. And to be honest with you, it was a really nice cross-section of our community. I was very pleased with the participation. But Doug, did you recall any? I didn't recall any negative comments, to be honest with you, or negative feedback at all. Everybody seemed to acknowledge the fact that transportation is a priority in our community.
I'd like to turn to Amy. Amy, you were in both of those. You were at the Citizens Academy. I don't remember any negative feedback. Did we receive any?
I don't recall any offhand, but I could look at the Poll Everywhere survey that we did to see if there were any in there and could get back to you.
Can you do that while you're sitting here?
I'll try, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Well, on that vein, I can share the thoughts that I conveyed that day. My concern is.
And this is at the Transportation Advisory Group meeting. We were referencing the Citizens Academy, but on this at the Transportation Advisory meeting. Thank you for the clarity.
And again, I don't know the room. I don't know how many people in the room actually are Nampa residents. My concern was voiced on coming after 10 years of being on the Nampa Development Corporation. I know the Urban Renewal Agency borrowed at higher bond rates with the expectation that they could refinance those bonds. talking to bond counsel early on, it wasn't an option because the interest rates are going up. About 6 years after those bonds were issued, I think, is when we started looking at, again, with David's leadership on NDC, refinancing at that point to be able to try to save money. Well, and so, yeah, we saved $5 million by refinancing the bonds, but we paid considerably more with a higher interest rate for those first years. So that was a concern that I had of revisiting a process that was not a positive thing for the community. Again, we're in a unique position with this, is we're a recommending body to the citizens of Nampa, property owners of Nampa. We're not making the decision for them. So that's where there's a plus and a minus as far as in our involvement in conversation. But with the Nampa School District just passing a two-year levy for $28 million, actually, my wife said, you can show what we pay each year as far as in taxes as a property owner in Nampa. And I have to double that because I'm a business owner as well with my own property in Nampa. So when I look at the cost, this is just a small part of what we're paying. That two-year levy is going to be about $300 additional each year for the next 2 years that we're going to see just on our home taxes, let alone my business taxes. So I'm thinking, is this really the right time? It's a very fragile economy. Nationwide, we're seeing people being laid off. We're kind of insulated here in Idaho because we're kind of a destination. So I'm concerned about that, and that the obligation to pay back this loan is put on the property owners in Nampa. It's not Canyon County residents. Apartment dwellers are going to be paying higher rent rates, so they're not going to be immune to the increase as well. So to borrow $35 million and have to pay almost 15 to be able to borrow 35, I wouldn't make that recommendation to my neighbor at this point because I'm concerned about the economy this year from a business standpoint going forward into the next couple of years. So I'm just not sure that this is the right time, and that was my concern that I expressed. So there were a few others, but I'm not going to get into it. I just have kind of a concern about the timing.
Thank you. I do want to just make sure, because you mentioned $300, and that was related to a levy, a $28 million two-year levy. This, and I believe, even though you've shown what the other three scenarios are, because it's not in our packet, I don't know that those are even options tonight, because what's in our packet is 35 or 38 million as far as an agenda item. So that said, it would be $18 per 100,000. So even if you have a $500,000, it would be less than $100 a year.
I'll also make the comment that it's the taxable value, so that's minus the $125,000 exemption. So 500
Correct.
home would be 375.
And I
Right.
probably
I
shouldn't
just wanted-
rely on my wife's math, but that's just what she shared. And again, that's a fear that people are having, especially those that are on fixed incomes. Now, they can vote no. This takes a 2/3 majority. It's not just a simple majority vote. But when we look at what we pay, there's already 3 assessments from the Nampa School District on this bill. So again, it all adds up, and that's the concern that I have is for us as a body to recommend to the public to go ahead and borrow money at this point in time. I'm not sure that I'm there. So that's just my personal opinion. I'm one of 6 people on this council.
And I appreciate that. I'm going to make another clarification, and I appreciate you, Randy.
Okay.
But the other clarification is that we are not a recommending body. We cannot recommend or advocate. All we're doing is we're approving an ordinance to allow it to go to the vote. But I think I want to clarify, I don't think it would be correct to say we're a recommending body because we're allowing the voters to vote on it. We cannot advocate. As a city, we can educate, and so we can say that here is an option. Would you like to do this? It's giving our citizens an option to actually fund for the transportation improvements, but we cannot advocate or recommend to them that's what we should
I
do.
think our approval is that recommendation. So that's just a personal, maybe that's just semantics. But again, if I'm going to say, yes, go ahead and do that, the connotation might be there that I'm in support of it at this point in time. I wouldn't vote for it this fall, so unless things change. Again, an intervention by this council pulling me aside, I don't know, maybe that's what it'll take.
Okay. I have another question that I'd like to, yes.
Could I make a comment? Or-
Yes, you may.
I appreciate Councilman Haverfield's thoughts on it, very much so. In my finance view, I think what the decision could or should be is the cost of doing this project more than the cost of not doing the project? And there are two costs of not doing it. One is the hard cost, the financial cost of delays, and the second is the city's soft cost, the travel and transportation times will increase as more people move here. So when I looked at the hard cost and compared it to the rates of inflation for construction index, if you wait 1 year, the delayed cost is about $3.3 million. To offset that, you'd have to have a decreased interest rate of about 2.6% to achieve the same spending power as you have today. If you wait 2 years, the cost increase would be about $6.9 million, and the rate needed to offset that cost increase would be a loan rate of 1.68%. So that's the hard cost of not doing it, what you would do today versus what you might do later on. But that should be balanced against the cost of not doing it for the city. Is the city more willing to deal with the delays, or would they like to take the investment and invest in the infrastructure? That's kind of the way I look at it from a financial perspective.
Mayor.
Can I follow
Yes.
back up on that comment?
Follow up, and then Councilman
Okay.
Griffin.
So the thought here is that, again, we're going to the property owners within the city limits of Nampa, not outside. We're asking them to borrow money to pay for infrastructure improvements, which they'll benefit from, but everybody else outside the city limits are benefiting from as well. But we're asking the current property owners within the city limits to pay that. There are, I believe, at the state level, there has been some legislation at least considered, if not even already offered, to offer to developers an incentive program, tax incentive for improvements as a part of maybe a development or two. If we're going to see, and we're banking on 4%, but this council has denied projects with a concern about growth, so we can't bank on 4%. We don't know what it's going to be. It could stop next week. But if that's what we're banking on as far as to be able to maybe lower what's going to be the impact on the property owners, it's a bigger dialogue that could be taking place in this regard. So again, we can get off into the weeds and go along different paths. It's going to be a personal preference. And again, at the end of the day, it's going to be the taxpayers that, or those voters that are going to make that decision, whether to obligate everyone, or at least the property owners, to have to pay this back. So again, I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a choice,
It might cost more, but it might cost less. There could be deflation in the years to come. We don't know.
But the likelihood in the future of rates coming down again might be 2 or 3 years, and then you could capture that additional savings at that time by refinancing. We refinanced the current GO bond twice, and we're down to 1.88% now. That likelihood may happen again, might not. Likelihood it will, but that's over time.
That's fine. I'd just like to hear what the rest of the council is.
Okay, so Councilman Griffins, and then it'll be Councilman Rodriguez. But first, I'm going to let Amy give the answer to the Citizens Academy poll.
Okay, I'll just read them in the order that they were received. We need to ask for more on the bond in order to properly address priorities. I'd like to know more about the U-stick widening, raise the bond for capacity, great first class, more bond monies. Would like to see an upkeep maintenance / road congestion management to South Nampa. Is alternate transportation on any boards, i.e. bus, trolley, commuter light rails. If the GO bond was renewed, well, this is kind of a clarifying question. I think they were just confused about the refinance versus renewal. I'm going to skip that one. There are potholes on ramp of Garrity Karcher Road to get on freeway gets backed up towards Boise. Traffic congestion, streetlights question. Is it if possible, we should include more funding for planning future transit-related improvement, getting more people to use alternatives to driving helps to reduce congestion, even for those who choose to drive. Maintaining the streets of Nampa will enhance traffic safety. Better drainage would help also. And finally, chip seal should begin when the new asphalt is 2 years old, not 20 plus.
So that is every response, comment that was
Yes.
made from the
And we
citizens of
did
Catalina.
also ask how likely they would be to support a $35 million general obligation bond for transportation projects. 56%, and these are all Nampa residents, after Mark's presentation, said they were extremely likely, and 44% they were likely. There were not any votes for unlikely or extremely unlikely.
Thank you, Amy, that's helpful. Okay, so looking forward to hearing council discussion. Councilman Griffins and then Councilman Rodriguez.
Doug, you had mentioned 3.3 million and 6.9 million after 1 year and 2 year. Are you basing that on current rates of inflation and costs of goods to be able to?
It's based, there are three basic inflation rates we concern ourselves with. The central inflation, which is everybody, the CPI, they're aware of that, it's running around 3.3, 3.4%. There's the core inflation, which is the regular inflation, less housing and fuel. And then there's the construction inflation. The first two I mentioned, the CPI and the core CPI, are both decreasing. The Western States construction inflation is going up, and it was 3% 2 years ago, 9.4% last year. And that's kind of a product of all the federal monies that are out there in grants and loans and whatnot. There's a great demand for construction services, and that's driving the cost up. And yeah, it's just, that's where it's at. The increase will be significant in the delay just because of that.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up?
Follow-up, not to Doug, but to Mark, and maybe to you, Mayor. You mentioned as well that we would need a match to be able to fund some of these projects and that we're looking for. Are those guaranteed, or are those something that we're going to have to apply for after the fact and hope for the best? Are we going to be sitting on $35 million hoping that an additional match comes later on? I'm just trying to see the full scope of that.
Well, I will answer one thing, and that is the good news is interest rates are good, and we will be sitting on 35 million or 38 million awaiting those grants, right? It could be 5 years, it could be 10 years before we get the grant. And so we will be accumulating the interest from the bond during those timeframes. Go ahead, Mark, what would you like to add?
On the grant applications, obviously, if we have anywhere from a 7 to a 20% match is usually what we need. It puts us into a competitive position to actually be awarded those grants. Our section in our department has been successful in receiving almost $30 million in grants over the last 18 months. So we have good staff in place to go after these monies. But you're correct. There's no guarantee that we would receive those monies. We have other sources too as well. We have development impact fees that will go towards some of these projects as well. And monies from the highway distribution account, gas tax, also to go towards these projects. So there's other sources as well. And we feel quite confident that we'll be able to fund these projects in full in the next 5 to 10 years.
One last follow-up. What would the total amount be for the State Highway 45 realignment needed?
The total amount, it comes out to about $25 million, and that includes, we've broken the project up into 3 phases. One is to eliminate the couplet around the Library Square. The next would be to shift 45 over from 12th to 11th, kind of between 3rd and 6th Street. And the third phase would be to soften that curve there by the historic residence or near Roosevelt Avenue. So about $25 million is the cost estimated at this point.
And for Highway 16?
$75 million. We budgeted $1.5 million towards the interchange modification report in the environmental phase, which has kicked off a couple of months ago, and will take about 18, 24 months to complete.
Thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Councilman Griffin. You just answered my question. You got my questions answered. But the other thing is this. I think also hearing from our constituents is that the congestion issue in our city. So is it a possibility that we could remove freeway access and congestion management? To me, congestion management is just a word. I don't think that's there, but at any rate, and the I-84 South State Highway 16 southerly connection. Those are somewhat being funded by the state and also by, I think, Compass, right, Mayor? With federal money?
The improvements at Garrity, there's some improvements that ITD has committed to help paying for those, but the burden mostly falls on the city. In regards to the State Highway 16 interchange, what you see being constructed now is an ITD state project that's fully funded.
Right.
The southerly connection improvements, though, would be borne by the city of Nampa, not ITD, unless they give us a grant of some sort.
Well, I understand that. So however, and here's my point. In the passage of this bond, would it allow Nampa to do more than just these two, to take the one big issue is congestion within our major roads and streets?
The answer is yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
we
what I
wouldn't
wanted.
allocate the full amount to the 16 and 45 project.
Okay.
There's monies that would be left over for roadway widening, for sidewalk projects, and also just rehabilitation of pavement throughout the city.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Other questions from council? Councilman Bills?
You've been pretty quiet lately.
Well, I said quite a bit before, so. My comment is that previously, when these bonds were taken out 20 years ago, it was specific to what the voters knew they were voting for. And my concern is we're asking them to approve 35 or 38 million, but we haven't figured out yet exactly what our project list is going to be. And my experience has been that unless there's clarity and conciseness in what the voters are voting for, it's difficult to get a passage of 2/3 on a bond issue. So what I'm seeing is what's currently in the document is I-84 and State Highway 16, South Connection, State Highway 45 realignment. Everything else is kind of, here's our red zone areas that need to be addressed, here's things that we need to work on, but we don't know yet exactly what those are going to entail. And so my encouragement is that we have to narrow down what's the 35 really going to cover. And we need clarity in that respect. The question I have for bond council is how long can money, voters vote, bonds are sold, how long can that bond money sit without an identified project? So the comment here was made, oh, well, we'll hold it until we get grant money. But my recollection is there's a time frame on how those monies are supposed to be dispersed and go.
Mr. McDivitt?
Yes, Councilman, the answer to that question with respect to bond proceeds is assuming that the bonds are issued on a tax exempt basis, which would yield the lower interest rate that's provided in the ordinances, then the city would have 3 years from the date of each issuance of bonds to expend 85% of the proceeds on the projects. So again, it's 3 years from the date of closing, the date the bonds are issued. That 85% of that issue would need to be spent on the project, on the infrastructure improvements.
So a follow-up question, Mayor, is to the bond advisor as to what's been experienced in terms of bond passage when there's not a fully known of what those monies are going to go to, and that there's a 3-year time frame for council and bodies of decision makers to make decisions what's going to happen?
Yeah, I guess that question's for me. This is Eric Herringer with Piper Sandler. Yeah, I don't know if I can, tell you. I think your question is, what are the chances of passing the bond if you don't have all the money's allocated to different specific projects? Is that correct?
Well, that's part of it, but part of it's also the pressure, it seems, that needs to happen once those bonds are sold, the time frame begins.
Yeah, so I'll address the first piece. You know, bonds are tough to pass in Idaho because it requires a 2/3 supermajority. And there's not a big sample size for city authorized GO bonds. You see it from time to time for a fire station like in Caldwell, police station. You know, Nampa did the 2004 election, but there's not a big sample size to answer the question, other than if I look to school districts, where a lot of times school districts will say, you know, we need to build 2 new elementaries and then, you know, some money for, you know, roof repair and, you know, other improvements throughout the district, where it's a little less defined. And I never really see that as an impediment, because I think, you know, there's some major projects that are identified, and then there are some other things that are, you know, they've clearly demonstrated as a need, and they'll be spent on those projects. In this case, you know, sidewalks, you know, which sidewalks, not sure, but sidewalks, you know, people can either get behind or not get behind. So I don't know, you know, there's not really a whole lot of direction in terms of the response to the question, but I don't think it should be, I think what I'm saying is that I've seen it before where there's some unspecified aspect to the bond ask. And then with regard to the timing on the expenditures, you know, wherever we're working on bond issues, we're always dealing with the expenditure rules to maintain the bonds as tax exempt. And so there's a couple options there. One, you can only, you know, you can sell the bonds when you need the money. You know, you get the election. You're not required to sell all the bonds right away. You can wait until you know that you have projects to spend the money on within 3 years. So you can you know, you can wait to sell the bond till you know that, or you can sell, you know, half of it up front to fund the projects you know are ready to go, and then wait 2 or 3 years and sell the balance. You have a lot of flexibility with that. I'm not the attorney, but I know when I've asked this question that the there's really no, you know, limit on the authorization in terms of when you sell. Once you sell, you've used up the authorization, but until you've sold that entire 35 million authorization, you will have the ability to access those funds when you need them. So there's a way for the city to manage that.
May just one clarification.
Go ahead.
No, John, you can. Yeah, go ahead.
The election ordinances include in them a sample ballot that would be presented to the citizens of Nampa. And that ballot currently states that the authority to issue and sell these bonds is 10 years. So we do that in part to address Eric's comment. There isn't a constitutional or statutory limitation on the period of time over which the city can issue the bonds. But we like to build in the parameter that here, for example, is 10 years. The city could go longer or shorter. But that way it provides the citizens with a clear time period in which the city will be issuing these bonds. And the ordinance and the ballot provide authority for the city to issue the bonds in one or more series. So as Eric said, you know, you can break up that 35 million or 38 million into smaller increments to make sure that the city is complying with the tax rules of the 85% of proceeds being spent within 3 years.
This is really, really good information, because I have to say I didn't fully understand that piece that you just shared. Because the 3 years to expend, my understanding is we would be taking it all at one time, and then, but being able to expend it in 3 years, even with our crews and trying to do the corridor widening or pavement maintenance and sidewalk improvements, that's a lot of work to get done in 3 years, really a lot of work to be done. So I guess I have a question. Then if we don't issue a bond, for example, we're authorized to issue a bond, but we choose, just because we can't get it done in 3 years, or we don't have the grant yet, for example, and we wait 5 years, does that then extend 20 years into the life, so it's now 25 years in the payment? Or does it shorten the length of the return to 15 years? What happens on that?
Madam Mayor, I'll start, and Eric, jump in if you have any clarifications or comments. The ballot, as it's currently worded, would allow the city to authorize bonds. I'm just going to use the $35 million ordinance, for example. So authorize the city to issue up to $35 million in bonds over 10 years. The city can decide whether it wants to do, however it wants to break up that 35 million during that 10-year period. You could issue 10 different bonds that would in aggregate equal 35 million. So, and you can strategize to do that to make sure that the projects that are ready and the related bond can be spent within 3 years. From the date of each bond issue during that 10-year period, the maturity date can't exceed 20 years. That's what the ballot is providing. So you could have 10 separate series of bonds out, each staggered with a 20-year maturity that, you know, one would mature and then a year later another would mature and so on.
Thank you. Were there any other comments, or are you good with that? Okay, Mark.
I'd like to make one comment. So taking State Highway 16, $75 million is a daunting amount, but we could break that project up into phases depending on the funds. So if we received one 20 million grant, for example, we could do one phase, like the east-west connection from Robinson to McDermott. Also on 45, like I mentioned, we broke that up into phases also, so we could do those different phases as we receive the funding. So we don't need all 25 million at once.
Okay, thank you. Council, what other clarity do we need, and what other questions do we have?
Mayor, I guess I just have a question for Doug. Which one would you recommend going with?
My finance-based preference is the $38 million because it keeps the debt payment the same. It allows you you could probably do a fairly decent project for the additional $3 million. And as we've heard comments made by the attendees of the recent Citizens Committee, why aren't we doing more? Well, the more you borrow, maybe the harder it is to get it passed, but $38 million seems to be the right value that hits a sweet spot that doesn't increase the tax burden and actually decreases it slightly because you're spreading that same bond value over many more households than we had 20 years ago.
Mayor?
Yes.
The current GO bond expires in August or September of this year.
August.
If we allow that to expire without passing a bond tonight, what would be the reduction on property taxes per household? I can do basic math, I just want to hear it out loud.
We've, in running this number, it's about $60 to $70 per year per property, per average property.
Based on the 100,000 and the average property,
That's
$60 a year.
Yes.
Good question.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Just one more question. Mark, I don't necessarily agree with the 5 here that we have on our packet. There's a freeway access and congestion management, I-84 State Highway 16 southerly connection, State Highway 45 realignment, corridor road widening, sidewalk improvements, road maintenance, and rehabilitation. I know we need those, especially Highway 45 and Highway 16. But my concern is more anything is to expand our congested areas. Will there be a committee that'll determine where this money goes? Or is this what it's going to be used for? Do we have to list this in order to to present to the community. And like Councilman Bill said, clarity is important. And I think depending how it is said, the community will decide. So my question is, will there be a committee that'll determine the priorities? Or are these it right here?
My answer, this is it right here, but that doesn't mean you couldn't establish a committee and direct us to do that.
I see. The other day, I was at the overpass at Karcher by Calder Boulevard. The police officer was in front of me. He had code 3. Code 3 means that someone's needs an emergency response. He couldn't go. He couldn't go anywhere. He had to stay in traffic. Luckily, there was others that could respond from a different location. That's what I'm worried about, is being able for our community to say how we can get to point A and point B without making it a half hour, and they only live 10 minutes away. Those are my concerns, and I hope that we can use this money just to help with that. That's all. Thank you.
So just a quick comment. I really appreciated those comments and Councilman Bill's comments because they were a little different than my comments. And when it really goes with the clarity of what we're asking for, getting something passed. I've been a little bit concerned about how do we justify, other than Highway I-84 and 16 and then Highway 45. We know that we're going to do road widening, but I think we do need to identify exactly what we're spending the money for and how did we get there. So for example, sidewalk improvements, Birch Lane, around 11th or Victory Road or Roosevelt Avenue. How did we determine those sidewalks? And so I don't know that we could definitively really answer that question. So I guess at this time, there's two things. One, it's the authorization to move forward. The second piece is, and this is what Amy's going to have to deal with, is she's going to have to be able to communicate what we're doing. And we've got to be able to do that. And so we do need that clarity. So I'm not sure tonight, where we need to go right now, other than I know we need a decision. We need a decision tonight because we're not going to have the time to go out and educate on this ordinance if we don't make a decision tonight. Forthcoming next city council meeting, we will be discussing what it's going to cost to do that. We have some general ideas, if that's important to the decision tonight, but we do have to get going on it because we have a vote in May. So this is a short time frame. Councilman Bills.
So a question, Doug, would be, I believe, if I've understood, that there's rate increases coming for public utilities to the ownerships.
Well, there are likely some, yes. We know that one's set for certain in wastewater.
So what I'm trying to see is what that rate increase is going to be. So the property owner, et cetera, has a rate increase coming in one side. We're saying, hey, we could go ahead and get $3 more million for the same amount, or we could stay with the 35 and potentially that chunk more is going to offset from the standpoint of rate increases that we got to keep.
Yeah, it's difficult. I understand the question completely. It's a very valid question. I will tell you the process we just initiated this morning to go through our budget for next year, that we kicked it off with a meeting in here. And one of the things I asked all of the participants of the budget is to look at their operating costs, non-labor operating costs, and see if we can cut those by a fairly substantial percentage, because we don't want to put that pressure on the rates. We want to find, out of necessity, we've done that a lot in the past, and I'm looking for ways in the budget this year to minimize the impact on rates and property taxes and sales, shared sales tax revenue. So the intent is to look for ways to cut our costs as much as possible, and cost avoidance again. It's interesting to note, though, for the last 2 years, water has not raised their rate at all for the last 2 years because of the usage of ARPA monies. Wastewater has gone up by contract to build the new plant, and sanitation is tied to a 3.5% increase as per our contract with Republic. So we're doing what we can to mitigate them in the past, and we're going to continue even more so in this coming budget year because it is an issue.
And those, I appreciate Doug's comments because that's something that we've been discussing is that there are concerns over property taxes. But actually what we find is that there is rate increase fatigue. And so whether it's impact fees, we're hearing that fatigue, we're hearing the fee increase fatigue, right, with our citizens. And so we're really mindful of that. On wastewater, we have no option on that because we are committed to a bond that we had to do. It was an EPA requirement, and we've done a really, really good job on that, even though it's been an increase. But we're very mindful of that as we make decisions. This is a hard one because our citizens have said again and again, we've done a survey now every year since 2018, and each year, public safety and streets were neck and neck. Public safety was first, streets was second. This year, actually, transportation went above public safety. Am I correct on that, Amy? Just barely, because they've been neck and neck, but it just shifted a little bit. And that's because we've got people saying they're really tired of the congestion. So what can we do to offset that? And so this has come forward because by not increasing taxes, we could actually borrow, keep our payment the same, which the cost per 100,000 is at $18 is pretty reasonable, to try to supplement our transportation budget and get some things done.
Mayor?
Yes.
One of the considerations I'm having with us moving forward, it goes back to and it hasn't been with the city, so I'm not pointing or saying anything one direction or the other, but it has been other entities within our taxing district here in the city of Nampa, is that when it does come time the bond or levy, groups have done in my opinion, poor job of marketing it, and I know Amy's not going to do that. How can I hear some of the ideas or the plans that we're going to promote this? May's going to be a big turnout election. That makes me hopeful. I think November's going to be a higher turnout, but May will do because people vote in primaries because we're in Nampa and you all know the voter base here. So I know it's going to be a high turnout. My concern is always that the voters are not well enough informed, and I can't force everybody to be informed on the topic, but I can have an opinion on making sure that the city is doing everything in their power to make sure everybody has the details and the information. So what is some of those ideas? Or what are, I apologize, Todd's cringing over here.
Yes, hi, thank you, Councilman Mayor, for your question. So we've had a lot of discussions already about what that would look like. It will probably be pretty similar to what we did for the sewer bond, but we'll also incorporate some new strategies. Next council meeting would be the discussion around the support for public outreach. For example, it costs $10,000 to do one mailer to every single household in Nampa. So that can start to add up pretty significantly. Focusing on those that have actually been voters in the past would be another significant strategy. I like to call it going on the circuit. The civic clubs that have their meetings, community open houses. I told Mark that for the first time we could do a city podcast, videos, social media. I mean, it's all the things that I think you probably already know about. And a lot of it just has to do with what is the support for the hard costs that we'll have, knowing that I'm used to working on a pretty low budget, but like you said, the community does need to be informed, and it's difficult to break through the noise of what's happening in our community. So.
And if I could say, I believe last time on the water budget, there was a hard cost of $50,000. And when we stepped into that, a lot of some of the foundation had already been laid with the graphic work that had been done by a consultant prior to us saying we're going to go out. So we don't have that this time, and the costs are considerably higher. In fact, I think it's a difference between about $6,000 to $10,000, Was that what it cost last time to reach the city in a mailer? It seemed like it was around that 6 to 7, and now it's 10. But the costs are just higher today, and it was 50,000 last time. And yet some of the foundational graphics and some of that work had already been done. So there's a lot of work. And I just want to restate that we cannot advocate, we can only educate. That takes a lot of work to communicate in such a way that we're strictly educating, we're not advocating. And so there will be a lot of time. Todd, last time we spent a lot of time with legal, and we'll do that again this time, because all messaging has got to be run through legal to ensure that we're not advocating, we're only educating the public, that they have an opportunity to vote on something, and this is what it means. Hopefully that answers the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Council, this is a hard decision, and I can tell because we're all weighing it very heavily. Councilman Reynolds, do you have a comment?
I do. I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I would move that we authorize adoption of an ordinance calling for a general obligation transportation bond election to be held for the purpose of submitting to the qualified electors of the city of Nampa a proposition for the issuance of general obligation transportation bonds in the not-to-exceed amount of B, 38 million, for the analysis, planning, preparation, construction, reconstruction, renovation, improvement, upgrading, and betterment of certain of the city's transportation infrastructure.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Okay, it's been seconded. This is an opportunity for more discussion, if we need more discussion.
Mayor, I just want to say that, and I've brought this up in our conversations too, just the transparency of what it is specifically that we are going to fund. And I know we've had these conversations, but I think that's going to be so paramount to getting people educated, and it holds the city accountable that our citizens can see we said that this is going to happen, and this is what happened. And I think that that's going to be really important in this process. And then also, I mean, if we're talking $60 to $70 per year per household average, that's $1,200 to $1,400 per household over 20 years. And I think that's kind of, you know, when people think bonds, they think scary big numbers, but, you know, to be able to get something to our community, and that's the burden, I feel like, you know, I mean, I just think that needs to be relayed so that it doesn't feel as scary. Just I feel like there's going to be groups that hear the word bond and they're going to activate their, you know, their base, and they're going to start moving and rumbling, and that's going to be really hard for the city to counter. And so if we can come out ahead of it and be as transparent and clean as we can, then that might help settle some of that noise. I know it's redundant and we've said the same things, but I think that that's going to be the best route to go.
Mayor,
Yes.
the thought that I'm currently running through my head, being most recently elected, is knocking on the door and hearing time and time again, property tax reduction, property tax reduction, property tax reduction. My inner conflict right now is, while they were saying property tax reduction, property tax reduction, property tax reduction, they were also saying traffic, traffic, traffic. And I don't know, in my opinion, if $60 to potentially mitigate slightly that issue would be substantial property tax reduction, and rather than a slap in the face. Because when I go out back to District 6 and say, folks, this is the decision that was made over $60, are they going to say, you know what, it's property tax reduction, you're doing what you came out and you said you would do? Because that's what it is. If we allow the bond to expire in August, it's $60 less on their assessment. Do I think that's a significant amount? I don't want to make that judgment for everyone else. In my opinion, no. However, it is showing that the city is hearing what they're saying, and that there's efforts being made as well. Those are just a couple of my thoughts. I think in the sense of traffic and our mitigation issues or solutions, we just opened the command center at the police department. I think that's something that's going to significantly help our community in congestion and mitigation. I don't know, because I don't have a crystal ball, that the 75 million southerly connection or the 25 million realignment will significantly change that. I think the city's doing good practices on helping and putting in place opportunities to mitigate traffic. I don't know that we can tack this on. So as I'm currently sitting, and I do want to hear council opinion, I will be voting no at this point.
You know, as you were talking, I've got some thoughts, and I realize I'm going to share those thoughts right now. So can you imagine if we had not done Kings Road? For those that live here, if we had not done Kings Road or Garrity, what we would have been dealing with today? The other thing that comes to my mind is when I visited with my neighbors that are senior citizens on fixed incomes that said, why on earth is the state giving us $50 back? Why don't they invest in transportation? They thought it was, in some ways, the most ridiculous thing, and these are people on fixed incomes. And then the other thing I'm thinking of is Highway 45. Highway 45, I've heard so many complaints for the last 10 years about our, quote, roundabout that is square around our library. This is the first time we have an opportunity to correct that. And phase 1 can get corrected pretty soon. I'm sorry? Yes, you may make a comment.
We had Compass do some traffic analysis for us. And for reducing, rather eliminating that couplet around the library square alone would equate to a 20% reduction in traffic congestion in the downtown core. On the State Highway 16th interchange, having that constructed along with the improvements that are taking place now by the state would result in a 10% reduction of traffic at the Garrity interchange and a 5% reduction at the Franklin interchange, and would be used by 20,000 vehicles by the year 2050. So just some numbers to consider.
Mayor.
And then I'm going to say one last thing just to finish my comments. And that is, I feel strongly that we should be allowing the citizens to make these decisions. And that's where there is a cost to put this to vote before them, but it is not our job. When I've listened to so many citizens complain about congestion and transportation, we have an option not to increase taxes, but to keep taxes the same and actually put dollars towards mitigating the very thing that our citizens are asking us to do. And so for me, I do support this. Not that I support giving the citizens the opportunity to vote. That's what I think is most important, is that we need to let our citizens have an opportunity. So I would support it if I had the opportunity to. And I think Councilman Griffin and then somebody else, and then Councilman Reynolds.
Is this still questioning period? Can I ask
This
Mark
is still
another-
discussion, And yes, you may.
If we vote and Mayor, everything you said, I would agree with 100%. And that's where I have the conflict.
It's hard.
Because we're sitting in a position where we can directly change the property tax assessment for our district, $60. Once again, I wish it said $600.
But we don't get to, they choose to.
Exactly right.
And that's
So
the
that's
difference.
where-
Yeah.
If we approve this and constituents voted in by 2/3 in May, will State Highway 45 realignment get done? The 25 million, will that get done, or is that a project that we're going to have to outsource and hope for an additional grant? Will that get done?
We need additional sources to fully fund that project.
But
we can do, for example, phase 1, utilizing the bond proceeds and start the ball rolling on the project.
And phase 1 is one of the most critical phases of this because it's opening up 11th to where people don't have to go around our square roundabout downtown. They actually, so that's a big deal.
It's a big deal. The estimated cost just for that phase 1 is $2 million.
And that's the double lane, correct? Going past?
Yeah, eliminating the one-way, the big roundabout.
No. And it's horrible. And it's horrible.
Councilman Reynolds.
Madam Mayor, my comments are, I feel like we owe this to the voters to let them decide. We're not spending any dollars here. We're not making that decision. We're making a decision to put this before the voters, and they need to make this decision. And then the other thing is that I really feel strongly that as much as I've grown up here my whole life and I like a small town feel, we need to face the realization that Nampa is a big city, and we're not a Cuna or Emmett or Melba or Homedale anymore. We are probably going to outpace Meridian at some point. Meridian's landlocked, we're not. And we need to be looking down the road 20 years. And if we don't do something now, we're going to be in a bigger mess than we already are. So I just feel strongly that we need to let the voters make this decision.
Mayor Clay?
Yes.
Okay, Mark, you probably heard enough, but at any rate, I don't like the idea of the bond. I really don't. I think it's a bad time to do that. But as the councilman, it is my obligation for the community that let them make the decision or not. And so I don't necessarily agree with your priorities on this bond, and I wish you could clean them up a little bit. But I'm going to grit my teeth on this one and let the decision go by the voters. So I will support this.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to authorize the adoption of an ordinance. We're going to have two actions. We're going to have, because I think we really need to approve, and then we do the first reading of ordinance. So we do have a motion and a second on the table. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to move to roll call. Going, gone, Councilman? Okay, bills, last.
Well, again, I think the original discussion that was being pitched was 35 million. And because rates have fallen a little bit, we've jumped to 38. And 35 to 38 probably won't make a difference with the public, pending how it's marketed. But I think the 35 was the target number, because we don't know what rates are going to do in the future. So I realize you don't have to go all the way to that amount. So the other part is our Nampa School District went for a large bond, and they were ambiguous on what they were going to use a good portion of that money for. And the voters said no. So I think we're going before the voters. We want the voters to do. It's going to be a challenge in 90 days to have enough information for them to know what's really going to come, whether it's 35 or 38. So those are my comments. Initially, I was going to vote no on the 38 because I think 35 was the right way.
Okay, so will be interesting to see what you vote as you're trying to figure that out real quick. So think fast, because we are going to move to roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
I'm sorry, you are
No.
right on. That was a no.
Haverfield?
No.
Griffin?
No.
Jingula?
I will never not let our citizens vote for something, so yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, that's a tie.
And I'm going to vote yes, as I said, because I think it is our responsibility to allow the citizens to make this decision, not for us to decide for them. I think that's extremely important.
Clarification, Mayor, is I believe the citizens should have that same right. The difference of opinion is on the amount of the bond, as opposed to saying we don't want them to vote. If it had been 35 million, you would have had more yes votes, I believe.
Possibly. Yours would change.
Madam Mayor, the result is 4-3. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so there we go. Thank you, guys. We're going to move to 7.3 on the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, ordinance. Okay. So we do have an action item. I'm sorry, I moved on. We have the first reading of ordinance calling for a special general obligation bond election to be held Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, for the purpose of submitting to the qualified electors of the city a proposition for the issuance of general obligation transportation bonds in the not-to-exceed amount of $38 million to finance certain surface transportation infrastructure-related improvements in the city. So we are requesting to pass this under suspension of rules, and this is the first reading of ordinance.
An ordinance calling a general obligation bond election to be held for the purpose of submitting to the qualified electors of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, a proposition for the issuance of negotiable general obligation transportation bonds of the city, determining that the total amount of bonded indebtedness of the city will not exceed 2% of the market value of taxable property, directing the city clerk to notify the county clerk that the mayor and city council called the bond election, approving the form of notice of general obligation bond election, approving the form of ballot, providing for the issuance of such bonds and making provisions for the payment of principal and interest due on such bonds, ordering publication, providing for a waiver of the reading rules, and providing an effective date.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
No.
Griffin?
No.
Jingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. So as we complete this, just a quick comment. We do need to meet, and I don't know where Mark is. Did he step out? Mark, there you are. I just couldn't see it. I think it's really important that we immediately come back and have a discussion around the specificity around this. And candidly, as I sit here, and Councilman Bills, I so appreciate your comments. Thank you. That extra $3 million, I would like to ask that it gets put towards sidewalk improvements because and the reason for that is safe routes to school. We have kids walking to school on the side of busy roads, and I can name several roads, and that's why I think I don't know which ones are the worst, but I think that we need to talk about that, and those are things we can get done immediately. Let's get these sidewalks done. Let's get the kids off the side of busy roads, because if we save one life, we may never know, but if we can save one life, it's worth it. And so that's where I stand really strongly on it. So let's get that done and let's figure it out.
Mayor, if I can
Yeah.
interject.
And I don't mean to be
I can-
difficult, but I feel strongly on the, yeah.
We tried
Thank
to
you.
put in sidewalks. But the adjacent property owner said, no, you're not going to put them in. So just because you can get the money, doesn't mean you have the right of way to go put the sidewalks in.
Yeah.
And that's the difficulty in several areas in Nampa, just FYI, is that not everybody wants the city to come do something.
Yeah.
And that
We'll
was,
figure it out.
so just, you know, for council's edification, understand that it's a challenge because we fought and fought to try to put in additional sidewalk on a couple of different projects. And property owners said, absolutely not, don't come on our property, don't touch, don't do.
And it happened, I know it happened on Greenhurst around a tree. I mean, it's happened over the years for a number of different reasons, but I think this is where we do have an initiative, remember our children, and we're going to have to just get out there and educate and encourage people to let us get it done because it's so important. So, okay, so we've got some work to do to come back, and we'll have a discussion internally quickly, and then we'll come back to council. Would you be willing to have a special council meeting to have a discussion around this pretty quickly?
For the
Okay.
marketing and all that as well.
No marketing.
No marketing.
Education.
Education.
Yes. Thank
Mayor
you.
Kling?
Yes.
You are so right. I want to support you on this because the council needs to hear, remember the children, our activity group that is made up of mothers. That is so important, and I will invite them so you can hear exactly what they're thinking about safe routes to school and our pedestrians.
Thank
Good
you.
point. You bet.
Thank you.
Well, and Mayor, I apologize. I also would like to comment because I run along Smith and Middleton doesn't have any roads that I can run on, and I happen to run with my baby, and it's a big hazard for everybody. So don't tell Todd, but I think there are areas specifically, especially connecting in the Lone Star and those schools in those areas that absolutely need it. So I wasn't supportive of the motion, but I am in support of that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there are no further comments, we're going to move to 7.3. So 7.3 is an action item, and this is toward the base bid to include alternate 1 and alternate 2 for the Centennial Golf Course interior clubhouse remodel construction project, and authorize the mayor to sign a contract for the Centennial Golf Course clubhouse remodel project with EKG, Inc. in the amount of $397,870. This is the city council did approve the reallocation of funds from the Centennial Parking Lot project to the clubhouse remodel in the FY23 budget, and then we reallocated funding will be rolled over to the FY24 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
They waited all this time.
I think they know. Yeah. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.4 is an action item to authorize the Parks and Rec Director to sign a professional service agreement with Ardura Engineering in the amount of $66,000 for the Indian Creek Pathway Repair Phase 2 design for the stream bank stabilization improvements along Indian Creek and for the Indian Creek Pathway for Sugar Street to Kings Road.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.5 is an action item to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign a memorandum of understanding with Idaho Transportation Department to receive $10 million in Strategic Initiative Safe State funds for the Eustic Road widening, and this is Phyllis Canal to Oahe Storm Avenue, and this is, the MOU is approved by City Attorney Joe Borton.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions? Roll call.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.6 is an action item. This is to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign a task order with Parametrics to provide the preliminary design, survey, and engineer of record services for the Eustic Road widening. This is Phyllis Canal to Oahe Storm Avenue in the amount of $1,423,626.80. 636, excuse me. Time and materials not to exceed.
So moved.
Second.
It's
I
been
have a
moved and
question, yeah.
seconded. Yes, question.
Who's Jeff, or who's here to answer questions?
Daniel.
First question, was there an RFP process for the selection of parametrics?
They are on our existing first choice roster, and so we did select off of our existing roster, which is created through an RFQ process.
So there wasn't a competitive bidding process used as far as in their selection then?
We cannot competitively bid consultant services. We have to use QBS, and so that's the
It's a qualification base?
correct. This is design services, not construction.
So the value that is associated with that, that was the amount approved in fiscal year '24 budget, the 1.4, I mean, how did that number get arrived at?
So that was based on the scope of work that was developed in conjunction with parametrics and the time and materials necessary to complete that.
Okay. It says the city's participation will be 2.3 million from impact fees. So can any of these design dollars be, can impact fee dollars be used for the design, or only for the construction?
They can be used for design or construction.
So are we talking about using impact fee dollars for any portion of this?
So that is where we are looking for the match for this, is from impact fees. That will be coming forward. That's part of the item, the public hearing item that was postponed till the next meeting, was adding this to the impact fee list that would come forward.
Okay, so the match is, the 2.3 is an additional 2.3 for the whole project? Is that what we're talking about?
Correct. That is the match for the whole project.
That includes construction then?
Yes.
And impact fee dollars can pay for a portion of this or all of it?
Impact fees can pay for the entire match portion
Including
because
the
it is.
design?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.7 is an action item, and this is to award the project and authorize the mayor to sign a contract with Hess Construction, Inc. for the annual miscellaneous asphalt patch FY24 project in the amount of $135,510, time and materials not to exceed. Legal was notified of the bid discrepancy. It is in Exhibit A, bid tabulation, and City Attorney Joe Borton reviewed and approved the bid award going to Hess Construction. This is approved in the FY24 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved.
Question, Mayor?
Yes.
Would this be Daniel? Looking at the two bids, looking at the bid discrepancy was on one of the line items, but Northwest Excavation was still the apparent low. Even with the discrepancy, does it make sense to rebid this project to allow them to come back in with a modified number to save approximately $20,000?
I would say I do not feel that it is, and I don't think it's one of those that would be necessary to do that. The discrepancies in the bid were such that he was not the apparent low when we opened. There was math errors associated with it. When the math errors were corrected, he became the apparent low, but had not met the requirement for the percentage of the mobilization. And so he would have to change his numbers in order to comply with that, and I don't know that that would result in him still being the low bidder.
Can we waive irregularities as far as in this contract?
This would be, when we reviewed it with Joe, this was a material, not just an irregularity, in our opinion, and in Joe's.
So mobilization of 5% max of their total amount, is that what that number is?
Correct.
Minus that number then, so what would have been the acceptable upper limit?
I don't have that number right off the top of my head.
Bit less than 29,000 then?
Yes.
I guess that's...
And so on these miscellaneous patches, we pay mobilization each time they come out to do a patch. And so there's a balance of mobilization being high and unit costs being low versus mobilization being low and unit costs being high, depending on size of the patch, whether that's in the city's favor or not. We certainly feel that Hess's bid and his performance in the past have been in the city's best interest, and therefore that is one of the reasons we are recommending approval.
And I highly recommend Hess Construction. It's not like I'm trying to take a project away from them. I've had work done for myself with them, and they're very good. I was just wondering from a stewardship standpoint if it makes sense to rebid it for the potential savings that you might see as opposed to allowing this to move forward. It's not a timing issue because the batch plants are really open yet.
Well, it is a timing issue because we do continuously throughout the winter when we have line breaks and that, we do utilize them throughout the entire year. They are using cold patch at this point, and our contract with them is expiring. And so if we don't award tonight, we would be out of contract and not have a contract with someone for patch services during a portion of the year that we do utilize them.
Thank you. I've asked the question, you've answered it, so I'm fine.
Is there any other question or discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.8 is an action item, and it's to approve the final allocation of the ARPA funds, which was the American Rescue Plan Act, in the amount of $12,328,139. Doug is going to bring that forward. I think, Doug, this is in the packet versus, because I had the hard copy, but, okay.
It's on the screen as well. For the new counselors who haven't had the history of understanding how ARPA has come to the city, we've received, starting back in April of 22, we received $17,512,911 in two different tranches. that we were given until December 31st of 2026 to spend. We must have by the end of December of this year, all of the projects either under approved contract or with product ordered. That applies to all the money. And then we have 2 more years with which we can actually fulfill the contracts and install whatever we've done, but we have until the end of this year to actually have everything buttoned down. We've been to council twice for approvals in April for the initial approval, which was comprised of 2 major components, actually 3, depending on how you look at it. The way the ARPA works is we were allowed to select a $10 million revenue replacement number with which we could spend the money in any way we would typically have spent money in a city. And then the remainder up to the 17 million was spent according to ARPA guidelines, which was based on infrastructure needs, not new growth needs, but old repair, replace, maintain, fixed problem type needs. Now, at that time, the preponderance of the money was set aside for public works, about $14.7 million of it. You'll see the $10 million and the $7.5 million, but above the $10 million, we have about 6 of that, almost 7 of that is also going to the public works. So what we ended up with was a split that has not changed of 14.7 to public works and 2.8 to general government and other needs. That has not changed, but what's changed is the projects with which we need to apply it. So what I'm seeking here is to do 2 things: give you a review of where we're at, what we've spent, and how we could spend the remaining $12 million. To date, we have spent $5,184,000 of it, all under the $10 million revenue replacement. The largest project was a portion of cost for the ITT ICC. We had costs for COVID sick pay and Highway 16 development planning, $400,000 to shares and cares. General government received some money for emergency planning, a few small labor issues, $300,000 for zero tolerance or zero trust IT protection of city infrastructure. And what we're here to now, and Daniel will come up in a moment, but the final column remaining for council is $12,328,139. Of that, there are 2 groups, and I had to split it because this is the way the money is broken up by ARPA. The elevated tower in red on both above the $10 million line and below it is a total of about $3 million. And the tower come down, so this money will be spent this year. The next line in blue, the 16th Avenue, about $989,000, will round out the remainder of our $10 million, plus another $1.5 million down below for the 16th Avenue south to 19th Avenue water line. Going up to the grants match Copper River Design is proposed to spend $2,267,000 as a grant match on that project, and then the remainder down below the $10 million line in the Franklin Boulevard right here. There are 2 projects proposed: Franklin Boulevard water line upgrade and the Sherman Elementary fire flow upgrade, both at $1.6 million. Daniel can speak more to the exact projects, but the reason most of these were selected was the timing with which we could get them done under the requirements of ARPA to have all the projects under contract by the end of this year and all the money spent by December 31st of 2026. That leaves, Mayor, about $290,000 left for general government spending, emergency planning, so on and so forth. That too needs to be spent by the end of this year. So, or spent or under contract. The $10 million also needs to be under contract as well.
So this remaining $290,000 to general gov needs to be under contract, but then I don't know that we've talked about interest that does not have to be under contract. Is that
No,
correct?
Right down here at the very bottom of the screen, you'll see we've earned interest programmed to date through through December of $796,000. We have dedicated a portion of that, $308,000 for the grants match for the generators, The remainder can be spent any which way, any way we would normally spend money for the city and does not need to adhere to ARPA guidelines for its spending practices
And/or the timing.
or the time.
Right, we can
use-
hang
spend
on to
as-
that and use it as needed.
Exactly. So we can hang on to that, or if there's an urgent need, we can use it as per the council's direction.
But the remaining 290,000 does have to be under contract
By the end of this year.
by the end of this year.
So
Okay,
whether it
and
be emergency planning, and that came from a variety of sources. We underspent on the ITT a little bit. We still have some left on the emergency planning. I didn't spend all of mine for my finance. We pulled back and saved that money for the county and council to use. So between now and December 31st, we need to find a home for that.
and we'll come back to council
Yes.
with a recommendation
Yes.
for that.
Right.
So that tonight, that is an acknowledgement.
Right,
But it will
exactly.
come back to council for a vote.
Exactly.
Okay.
It will.
Thank
Anything
you.
over 50,000 will come back. The request tonight is that we approve the breakout of the expenditures as listed for the $12,328,000 with the realization that that will not all be spent in 2024. It will be spent partially in 2024 and the remainder in 25 and 26. But we will come back to you in 25 with a budget and in 26 with a budget based on the contracts we set this year.
Yes.
Copper River Design, what project is?
Daniel's the expert. I think I'll let him take it from there.
Mayor, Councilman Bills, this has been part of an ongoing discussion about the efficient utilization of irrigation. And the Copper River project would install a pond on the north side of Lone Star, an equalization pond basically, where we could fill the pond during non-peak times, draw from the pond during peak times, and more efficiently utilize the irrigation demand water rights that we have through the district, to rather than passing some of that by to fill our peaks, because we don't have the ability to adjust our irrigation take from the canal on a minute by minute or hour by hour basis. We have to set it to our peak for the day. This will allow us to set it at a lower rate, take and conserve our surface water rights in that manner.
Oh, sounds great. So is that between Middleton and Midway?
Yes, yes, there's the existing irrigation station there that was installed with the Copper River subdivision there between Middleton and Midway on Lone Star, or on Roosevelt, sorry, not Lone Star. And we are working with the property owner to the north of there or we've been in talks with them. Once everything is designed, we will be working with them for acquisition of that property and construction on that pond.
So the money that's listed here, is that part of the acquisition?
That is part of that, as well as construction and the entire project.
Thank you.
Mayor? So
Yes.
Daniel, the elevated water tower is obviously gone. It'll be a ground-mounted water tower that's going to replace it. What's the cost associated with that new water?
So the bid, the award of that was 8.2 plus million.
Okay.
And so the ARPA fund is a portion of the funding. The rest is coming from just water funds.
And then one question for Doug then. In the past, when we've talked about the use of ARPA funds, I've asked the question before about strings attached. This is a use it or lose it opportunity.
Right.
If we don't use it, somebody else will get those dollars that we've heard
They
that
are
before.
that's a very good question there. The Treasury is very strict on how we use this money. If we don't use it by project, if we don't spend exactly the amount we listed by project, underspend it, I cannot apply that money to another project. It goes back to the Treasury. If I overspend a project, I cannot pull from an unused portion of ARPA to spend it. So we need to spend just the right amount, which is why we're choosing projects that cost more than what's shown here, and this will go up to that level. But we use it or we lose it. Whatever we don't use will go back to the Treasury at the end of 2026.
There's no concern about them coming back and asking for repayment on any of these dollars that we've received?
Each of the dollars spent below the line in the $7.5 million, we'll have a project populated in the Treasury Department reporting for them to see how we're spending it. And as long as we're spending it according to their guidelines and they issue a new updated final rule every year, then we'll be good. If we spend differently, there is always a possibility, but we're not going to spend it differently.
Just want to make sure that we have that covered.
You never know, though, what a future administration might do.
Thank you.
Okay, so are there any other questions of Doug on this particular action item? If not, I would stand for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the final allocation of the ARPA funds in the amount of $12,328,139. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.9 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor and public works director to sign a task order for the attached scope of work with Stantec Consulting Services to provide the design, survey, and engineer of record services for the 16th Avenue South to 19th Avenue South and 2nd Street South to 7th Street South waterline replacement project in the amount of $289,134, time and materials not to exceed. And thank you. And some of this budget is coming from the ARPA funds. It's been moved and seconded? By
Question.
David. Yes.
Is this for, okay, Daniel? Again, I'm just going to ask this. I know I see Michael in the back, but I want to keep him humble. Was there an RFP process used here or not?
This is the same. They were selected off of our existing, our
Roster.
existing first choice roster
Okay.
that goes through an RFQ process.
All right, that's just to keep him humble, that we do watch. And then it indicated in the packet that the project will be funded through ARPA funds with existing funding of 1.85 or whatever, and the proposed budget amendment. What is the budget amendment?
So that was the portion of the 989,000. That is the portion that was unallocated previously in the ARPA monies that Doug just went through and allocated to this project. That will come forward in a budget amendment in the next budget amendment.
It's not new funding, it's just properly recognizing the authority to spend the money we have.
And my last question is, in the packet, it indicated that there was a topo and a boundary survey being provided by LR Geo for $28,000. Is that included in the Stantec proposal, or is that additional?
Correct. That is within their scope.
Okay, so it's not in addition.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez, Jingula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Motion carries.
That concludes new business. We've gone through our public hearings, but we have unfinished business and an executive session. And so we have quite a bit yet to do, and 9.1 will take some discussion, I would guess. So we are moving to unfinished business. 9.1 is an action item. This was continued from the December 18th meeting. We closed the public hearing, so then this is strictly an unfinished business item for us to make a decision. The action is, this is a development agreement modification and a master plan community for mixed-use development with commercial, single-family detached, and attached residential uses. The zoning map amendment from RS 8.5 to 2.76 acres to community business, 25.63 acres of limited multifamily residential, and 18.54 acres to RS4, single-family residential, and 26.99 acres of RS6 zoning districts. This is the subdivision preliminary plat for Haltom Heritage Subdivision on 3 parcels, addressed as 0 Prescott Lane, 7825 East Elm Lane, and 7851 East Elm Lane, totaling 73.92 acres for Trilogy Development, Sean Brownlee. So as mentioned, we closed the public hearing on December the 18th, but we did continue this particular action to tonight as unfinished business. Krista, thank you, Kristen. It's late. Christy, I'll get it. It's a K word.
All right.
Thank you, Christy.
Mayor and Council. I'm just going to give you a quick update as to how we got to this point. As she mentioned, there's a variety of zoning classifications that have been requested for this master plan community, as it's shown here on your screen. This is the actual zoning map of the area. The current property is zoned RS 8.5. It is inside the city limits. There is Canyon County property on the southeast and west surrounding it. This development will be bounded on all four sides by 80 to 100-foot right-of-way with no proposed dwelling structures sharing property lines with existing properties that are in the area. The proposed rezone is located on property that is designated as medium-density residential, with a residential mixed use to the east and west. The applicant has requested to stretch the residential mixed use designation to make use of all of their options and provide a space for commercial services to be located. The image on the left is the specific plan area zoomed into the property. It shows the MDR on the property with the roadway installed through it and a bit of neighborhood commercial to the south and the schools proposed to the west. Proposed Ridgeview High School's there. There's an elementary school that's being built currently right next to the high school. This shows a wider shot of the specific area plan. As you can see, there are a number of commercial nodes in red and within a mile, as well as the community mixed use designation in light purple that also requires a level of commercial services to be provided. Keep in mind that economic development principles have shown that commercial follows residential and needs those rooftops to be successful. So even though there are not an abundance of services located immediately near this development today, there are schools, convenience stores, and transportation avenues that exist, and the new rooftops will bring more services to the area. The specific plan area reflects the desire of council to have development in proximity to transportation and transit corridors and other services. This proposed development is 3/4 of a mile away from Highway 2026. It's a 1/4 mile from the schools and a 1/2 mile from future commercial and multifamily development, according to the designations adopted in the specific area plan. Now, this is a comparison between the concept plan that's in the development agreement and the actual layout of the preliminary plat. If not approved, they do still have the RS 8.5 zoning. They could submit a preliminary plat to P&Z. The developer has looked at a layout that reflects the RS 8.5 zone with the dedication of the 5 acres for right-of-way improvements. That layout, because it loses so much of the property, brings them down to 182 single-family detached lots and would not be required to provide any kind of open space based on the development agreement. It is not economically feasible for the developer due to the amount of the required right-of-way improvements, and the less lots would not make efficient use of the new roadway, the existing facilities, or the areas of future expansion. So as you may recall, some of the public concerns were for density, compatibility, the intersection at Linden Road and Franklin, fencing along the southeastern property along the new roadway, and the proximity of the attached units to existing residences to the south. On December 18th, you closed the public hearing, and during your deliberations, you discussed the public's concerns regarding these items. You decided to defer your decision so that Daniel could present information about how impact fees might be used for improvements along the new stretch of Linden Road. So at this point, I will turn it over to him.
Mayor and Council, as we looked at the Linden, just a little background on the Linden realignment. The purpose of that Linden realignment, Linden currently dead ends at Franklin and at Canada. Because of the 5 Mile Creek runs right in the alignment of where the Linden would go, and that's why it's not there. So in our 2026 plan that was adopted last year, we looked at those transportation corridors and what was appropriate in that area as we were doing a more specific plan for the zoning and the land use in the area. And from that, we determined that a smoother connection east-west there was of benefit. And so in the plan that was adopted, you can see there, rather than trying to relocate the creek, which is likely not something that would be viable, we took Linden up to Elm and then back down as we come to the other side near Canada and the county line. So that is the purpose is to make a smoother east-west travel, not a capacity improvement, more of just an efficiency improvement for the traveling public at that point. So when we look at transportation impact fees, they are funds to improve roadway capacity necessary for growth or needed for growth. And so when we look at this realignment and the purpose of it, it does not meet the capacity improvement trigger that we would use to fund impact fees for that. And so as we've looked at that and reviewed that, we would not be able to use impact fees to offset the cost to the developer. We would not be able to issue them impact fee credits for that improvement.
Daniel, thank you for answering that question. I do appreciate it. Council, do you have any questions regarding this tonight? Yes, Councilman Bills.
So FYI to council is, I watched the hearing on this originally, but I didn't take copious notes because obviously couldn't foresee that there was going to be a postponement. So I went back and watched it again, so again to be able to comment and be involved. The aspect that I see that was a bone of contention or seemingly a contentious item, and I'm not sure if it's possible to put the plat back up. No. So as I heard and took notes and the comments, it was that section of ground that the road needs to be, but was not going to be full right-of-way. And I think an option that could be placed in is that we forego a little bit of greenscape on the center of the plat and let the Trilogy do their modification. Looking at it, I think there's modification that could take place and have the full road right-of-way included in this plat and this offering, and not be looking for the future whenever that may come to garnish the balance of the right-of-way for that particular item. The land isn't going to be any different. They're into the land. The road improvements are still going to be basically the same, but the right-of-way is going to be done and dealt with, and there's going to be some greenscape on the south side of that road. And so I wanted to throw that out. I know we're not in a public hearing as far as, you know, options of listening to others' comments, but that seemed to be a major bone of contention, and I think it could be solved and the applicant would still achieve what they're trying to achieve, and at the same time we get a full road in, and which, as I heard engineering comments as well as plan and zoning's comments, that was a real necessity and a benefit, and certainly being borne by the development. So those are my initial comments as to this project.
Thank you. So go ahead.
I have a similar
Griff.
comment in the sense that I also reviewed the hearing. I was here for it, was not paying good enough attention, and then I rewatched it to pay better attention. And my initial comment, and there will be more discussion, is when I had ran, it was holding the developer's feet to the fire in a lot of ways. And looking at the comparison between the two projects, I think this is doing so. I think they're trying their hardest with the given landscape to add the green space to meet the current code compared to the previous. I think that they are trying to invest into that area, especially being 3/4 of a mile from a highway. This is something where we would want one of these bigger multifamily properties, especially commuting to Boise or Meridian, rather than having it be further infill or a similar situation. So.
I have a question on Councilman Bills. When you mentioned the realignment or just moving right so that you can get the right-of-way there, I guess the question in my mind is one of our goals of councils is to have had usable open green space. So kids can go out and they can throw a ball, they can have a soccer game, they can have areas to meet and congregate, right? And it's an open green space. So would we be losing the open green space? Would it be usable green space? It would be considered in it because you're having probably a walking path, but would you be sacrificing usable green space if we made that?
They currently have 20.64% open space.
Okay, I don't know if your mic is on. Is it on? There, yeah, there it is. Thank you.
Talk closer, is that better?
Yeah, thank you.
So they currently have 20.64% open space on this design. So they have a little bit of room to still meet code at 15%. So even if they were to realign this fully onto their property, they would still meet code. It would probably come down from that 20%, but they would still meet code.
Okay.
I think they could achieve it. I don't think there's a detriment. I think there'll still be ample open space.
Open space.
The other part that I think at times there has to be given a little bit of consideration is the question was asked of staff about the piece on the south side of the road, about trying to bring that road down. And Daniel answered that question and said, well, no, the intersection's where the intersection is, and so it's not like we can pick up and totally move green space and right-of-way. There's some constraints there. And I think a slightly less percentage of greenscape, which is still going to have plenty for open space play and all of that, getting the right-of-way now and having the kind of a one and done and not have this thing hold out there for 5, 10, 20 years. Going back to getting sidewalks in and getting things done, I just think this is, should be considered, and, it would be part of the approval of the plat would be that change, and, I think the applicant can deal with it from there and final plat stage, et cetera.
So another question, would that resolve the issue of the fence for the property owner that was concerned about his irrigation and that open area?
It would, because now if you have the right-of-way, you're not obligated to fence the right-of-way.
Well,
And because now you have, but you have the proper distances.
So, Mayor, to answer that question, at that point, they'd have like the full right-of-way on their property, and the other person's property wouldn't start until the edge of that right-of-way, whereas this, they'd have eventually part of that right-of-way on their property. So it really would fall to the property owner to fence their own property at that point. I mean, right now, their horses are running wild. They don't even have fences up. So it's kind of their responsibility. In my opinion, it's their responsibility to make sure that their horses are taken care of, right? If they move the entire roadway onto their property, then it's no longer the development's responsibility to make sure that everything's okay on that side of the road. That's just my opinion, but.
Because this would be moving, whereas today, it isn't all on.
Correct.
Right, Trilogy's property. It's, okay.
It cuts
I just
off.
think it clears up. some
It answers
ambiguity.
that.
Yes.
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you. Yes.
Christie, while you're standing there, come around to this side of the screen. There's areas shown in green. There's areas shown in blue. If you go down to the lower left-hand corner down there, where you come off of Linden, where you come off of Franklin, there's a section that's shown in white on the south side before you get to the green. Is that sidewalk? What is that area?
Are we, right? Yeah, so that is part of the public right-of-way, and
Sidewalks would be placed there, or is this?
yes, there would be sidewalks within that area.
So is this development proposing that they would have sidewalks on both sides of Linden in that section?
Yes, we would require we require sidewalks on both sides, yes.
Okay. So as we go to the east and we get to the point where they don't have the continuation of that right-of-way and the sidewalk we're talking about, there's no cross-alignment issues with Linden at Prescott, is that correct?
No, the future development to the west of, or to the east of Prescott would continue on from this point where they intersect with Prescott and continue up to Elm to complete that realignment of Linden up to Elm.
So if we were to follow the line of logic that Councilman Bills was talking about, if we have them shift that section of Linden up to get the right-of-way to provide a green space in sidewalks, it would be something that would be a fair trade to me to get a safe route from the west to the east on both sides of Linden. And we're really still complying with the amount of landscape area requirement, it sounds like, even if we were to require that.
Yes.
So I'm all for the opportunity here to get an east-west connector there for Linden that currently isn't existing. And it's the developer that's running those dollars.
The only other thought that I have as we're talking is that the green space that is south there, it would be nice if there were a hawk signal or something so that if kids wanted to come play in that open area, there's a safe way to cross that road somewhere. Whether it be at the entrance to the subdivision or along Franklin, but maybe the entrance to the subdivision, is that something that we could do, is get a hawk signal there so you could push a button and have a safe path to cross into that green space?
I would suspect that the volume of pedestrian traffic would not meet the warrant for a hawk signal. We can certainly look at that with them in the final plating process, but my gut feel is that the volume of pedestrian traffic would not warrant that. But we can certainly look at that and determine whether that is appropriate, if you would like, if the project is approved.
Mayor?
Yes.
Out of curiosity, what's that threshold?
I don't have that right off the top of my head. I'd have to review that. It's typically a number of pedestrians in an hour over a couple 3-hour period. We meet them more often at the trails and like out by Lakeview Park. I would suspect this would not meet the threshold for a hawk.
And that's something that we can't add as a condition of use or a condition of approval? It is something we could add?
I would caution council about adding traffic control that is not warranted, because if we, for the same reason we don't put stop signs in if they're not warranted, if there is not the need for them and they are there, people tend to not pay attention to them and they become background, and that can reduce their effectiveness when they are truly needed. And so I would caution council for making those types of decisions without the actual warrants met to need them.
Mayor?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
Councilman Bills and Halverfield, I'm not sure who was first there because Bills.
I
Go ahead.
was.
You were, but
Rock, paper, scissors.
He's taller than I am. So.
I think from the standpoint of answering your question, based on what I'm seeing that's in the design, the incentive is going to be to remain
On the
north-
inside.
North, on the inside because of
Not the
those
outside.
improvements and those offerings. And the way the landscaping likely will take place on that south piece is not going to be topography-wise really encouraging a place to
go.
transfer and go to. And
Okay.
I don't think it's an issue. I also don't think the demographics of that, of what's being proposed is going to bring that up.
Okay, that's a good point. Maybe the only thing we could do is actually put a crosswalk there, a crossing, so that there is a responsibility if someone's in the crosswalk to actually have a crosswalk to get across.
Well, and remembering that we have a elementary school going in on that southwest corner too.
That's a really good point, because you're going to have kids walking to school right there. And that's a very, very good point.
So the real control point's going to be at the intersection.
Yep.
Not back in the midway of the road.
So
because of that.
how are we going to accommodate that then? With this volume and the grade school right there, and you will have children there, so hopefully there's playgrounds and et cetera. How are they going to safely walk to school?
So this project will install curb gutter sidewalk along all their frontages. There
Getting
is.
across the street is the
So
question.
let me go back to. Oh, this one's probably the best. So you can see, Rodney, can you use your mouse and you can see where the elementary school is going to be going. If you can highlight that, right there next to Ridgeview, just to the south of that. So
Right.
no,
Yeah,
so that's the
Ridgeview.
high school. So between that and those ghost roads. Yep.
Right,
So that's where the elementary school will be going. You can see there is already a proposed plat, and I believe that one's already approved. So they will be doing their frontage along there, and so that will create a
The
route,
sidewalk.
a sidewalk through school. That will depend on phasings and, when things are developed. But there is development that will put all of that in already approved.
Okay, so we're talking, though, a rapid flashing beacon, more than likely, on Franklin to get people from the east to the west to go to school. Something's going to have to be there. Is there a
no,
stop
there will
sign?
there will be a four-way stop at Linden
will be a
and
four-way stop.
Franklin
Okay,
that will
that answered it.
address that, and a future roundabout
you.
or signal.
Okay, thank you, that answers it.
Yep.
There'll be a stop sign.
I think
Thank you.
the other part of it is the school is going to have responsibility putting an elementary next to a high school. Traffic at a high school is much different than being around an elementary. So I think that upon the school district is going to be some responsibility of some of that in terms of flagging and providing crosswalk people, et cetera.
And we have not
Mhm.
seen a
Good point.
submittal on that school yet that will have a traffic study that will look at all of the state-required safe route to schools items.
Awesome. Thank you for answering that. Thank you. Okay.
Can I ask my question now?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I forgot. I am so sorry.
You've kind of gone around
thank
the
you,
corner
Mr.
and answered it already.
I'm sorry.
So it will be a four-way stop at Linden and Franklin.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the mitigation that you're talking about. The people have to stop to allow kids to cross over. And then long-term, it sounds like it's either a roundabout or a signalized intersection.
Correct.
Because with that convenience store there, it's going to be important that people aren't just flying by through that intersection.
My guess is we'll have some discussion about roundabout versus signal there.
Possibly.
Could, maybe.
Jean's not here, so we're not.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess the question is, where do we go from here, council?
Mayor, I just
Yes.
have a quick question. Christy, probably for you. On page 2067 in our packet, where it talks about police department, and we see this regularly in the packet, so it is unique here just because it is, but it's in the packet right here, but we see it regularly. Where it talks about police, and it says that there's 1.15 additional officers and 0.38 additional staff support needed for this development. Who pays, so it's saying that that would be an average cost of $112,970 and then $28,123. Who pays that? Is the developer paying for that, or does that fall back on the city?
No, Councilwoman Jangula, that would eventually come from the property taxes that are assessed on those houses that are built. And the way our CIP is written, it's one officer per every however many. And so that's just basically saying if in fact our population increases based on the number of units that are going into this, if it increases by that much, then to meet that CIP amount, we'd have to hire this many more officers or whatever. And then based on the property taxes that would then come from those completed units, it would be able to fund that. That's how our CIP is designed.
Okay, so that is so it would ultimately be funded from the development itself.
Yeah, from the taxes that are brought in from those houses.
Well, it was supposed to be, but the former House Bill 389, what
Took
it
some of
did.
that money.
Right. The fact that we have 2.4 million not in our budget today, the fact that only we get 90%, the extra 10%, and that it has driven our levy down so low, the new construction coming in today doesn't fund. This is where the citizens said growth needs to fund growth. It's not funding it. So the reality is, where it should have been funding, right, the property taxes, the new construction revenue should have brought the dollars in to fund police. It's highly questionable if it's going to. That's the reality of where we are, which is unfortunate.
So when we see that, then hypothetically, the development would cover that, but because of hands being tied, House Bill 389, that's not necessarily being covered by the development itself. That's true.
That's why, actually, I will just be candid, that's why STAR and some other communities are actually implementing fees to development to fund those because to offset it. We have not gone there, but it's something that we'll have to have discussions about in the future because it's put us in a very difficult place. Okay. So what is the will of council? I think we need to make a decision and...
Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve the development agreement modification to ordinance number 3683 and master plan community for mixed-use development with commercial, single-family detached and attached residential uses. Zoning map amendment from RS 8.5 to 2.6 acres of BC, 25.63 acres of RML, 18.54 acres of RS4, and 26.99 acres of RS6 zoning districts. Subdivision preliminary plat for Haltom Heritage Subdivision on 3 parcels at 0 Prescott Lane, 7825 East Elm Lane, and 7851 East Elm Lane for Trilogy Development. Sean Brownlee, DAMO 00061-2023. MPC 000 whatever 2023 and ZMA 00176 2023 and SPP 00126 2023 with all conditions listed in the staff report and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report. And I would like to include that the eastern portion of Linden be shifted to allow full right-of-way to be placed upon the Trilogy property to allow there to be a full build-out of Linden, both sides from Franklin to Prescott.
I would second that with a clarification. It's 2.76 acres, not 2.6. On the BC.
Did you hear me say 2.6? Yeah. Okay. So correct that to be 2.76 acres of BC.
So there is a motion to approve and a second. Is there any further discussion? If there's seen none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Jingula.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. You know, I have to say, as I sit here, it's hard because we've listened to the neighbors on this subject, and I just want to, there's a reminder that I think some of them maybe didn't know that no matter what happened tonight, there was an RS 8.5. There were going to be a minimum of 182 homes going in. Either way, it was going to happen. And so it wasn't like that wasn't going to happen. It was. It's just that this is allowing the road to go in, allowing for the various uses that are going to take place in that. So anyway.
Mayor,
Yes.
and along with that, just to add to a comment based from my vote, that's exactly why I voted the way I did. I think there was a lot more benefits added looking at this comparison. Oh, it's gone now. But looking at the comparison from the old to the new, this was something that no matter what a development was going to happen, we can argue one way or the other that maybe the financing could have not been there and this would have never happened if we would have stuck with the old. But in the current situation, with the opportunity and the enhancements that they were adding, I think that's the reason I went and cited the way I
Direction
did.
you did. Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Okay, we are now ready to move to 9.2. So we have 9.2 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign the resolution amending the comprehensive plan plat text and future land use map to change agricultural land use title to very low density land use title for the city of Nampa.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin. Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 9.3 is an action item, and this is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS-12 Single-Family Residential Zoning District, subdivision short plat, and subdivision waiver to the 25-foot landscape buffer requirement for Dachshund, whatever, subdivision at 2111 South Happy Valley Road for, yes, representing Carlos Valdez, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 2111 South Happy Valley Road, Napa, Idaho, County Parcel R32398, comprising approximately 1.79 acres, more or less, that contiguous to the limits of the City of Napa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Napa and be zoned RS-12 Single-Family Residential Zoning District, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Napa and to designate said property as RS-12 Single-Family Residential on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, subject to the terms and conditions specified by the City Council, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with the Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
Discussion? You'll be abstaining. Thank you.
Wasn't involved in this.
Okay, thank you. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.4 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to BC Zoning District and potential development agreement at 0 and 0 Haley Avenue. This is for Rocky Mountain Companies representing Karcher Middleton LLC. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 0 and 0 Haley Avenue, Napa, Idaho, county parcel numbers R23164 and R2316401, comprising approximately 1.6 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Napa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Napa and be zoned BC Community Business Zoning District, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa, determine that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Nampa, and to designate said property as BC Community Business Zoning District on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I'll be abstaining on this one as
Abstaining.
well.
Okay. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That concludes our unfinished business. We do have an executive session, and I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061C to acquire an interest in real property not owned by a public agency.
So moved.
Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.